Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. What happened to Kenneka Jenkins? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, what happened to Kenneka Jenkins? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, we have literally been talking about this Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day. And as you may know, so many people have had so many different narratives when it comes down to this particular case. Many people believe that Kenneka was never at the establishment. Many people believe that she was at the establishment and she got commandeered by so many different folks. Many people believe that Kenneka had walked the halls of that establishment. Many people believe so many different things when it comes down to this particular case. And the question is simply this: what happened to Kenneka? What happened to Kenneka? And that is the question that is upon many people's mind as to what happened to Kenneka. And so I've sat back for many years, peoples, and I've sat back and I watched a lot of commentary. I watched a lot of videos. I listened to a lot of narratives that different ones had made in this particular case. And with all of that, of what I have seen and heard, it still brings me to this particular question. And that is simply, what happened to Kenneka Jenkins? And so many people have talked about this case throughout the years. Many people. And yet and still, we still couldn't get no uniformity. We still couldn't get no clarity out of confusion, because there are so many people with so many different narratives when it comes down to this particular case. And every time that you look around people's, it is amazing to me, because it's like, if you listen to one content creator, they swear up and down that they have the proof to the truth of what happened to Kenneka, based upon their findings, based upon their understanding. And I've always say, people's, you may have an understanding about this particular case. You may believe that certain things has happened and certain things didn't happen, and that's okay, because again, that is what you believe. And just because you believe it doesn't necessarily mean that I believe it, or I even have to accept the various things that you say. And see, that's what's the difference between me and a lot of people. Because see, the thing is, peoples, I have my own mind and I have my own mantra. And I have my own belief when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I just happen to see things a little differently than most people. And that's why I talk in the manner in which I do, because my perception is, peoples. And I've always asked the hardcore questions. Why Kenneka? Why Kenneka? And why is it, peoples, that there is a mystery that surrounds this particular case? And why is it that after all of the many people, all of the thousands of YouTubers who ever covered this case, why is it that the people cannot uniformly come together to agree upon certain things? I mean, because reality is, people's, certain things can and has happened, and certain things didn't happen, people's. Certain things. And so it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out certain things that had happened and certain things that didn't happen. And those things that didn't happen is a figmentation of one's imagination. I mean, people will literally go to bed and they will sell their house, their cat, their dog, and everything else. And they will stand 10 toes down up on shit that doesn't really mean anything in this particular case, peoples. And so I surmise to you, peoples, that, I mean, the evidence is in your face. And all you have to do is just look at it. Now, we can argue to points and things because there's points that many of us can make. And they are valid points. But the overall picture, people, is what I look at. I don't look at just little tidbits and then try to build a wholesome narrative behind the little tidbit that has been expressed. No, peoples. You have to look at the overall picture in this case in order to get a greater summation to be able to make your proclamation about this particular case. And just because you scream and holler, just because you fuss and fight, just because you talk loud and you play music upon your channel, it doesn't mean that the people have to agree with that madness that you speak. See, the thing is, peoples, you have to apply common sense. And common sense is not common amongst the people. I said common sense is not common amongst the people. And so when you apply common sense to that doesn't make sense, well, then things becomes a little clearer, peoples. Because see, the things that the people see and feel within their minds and in their hearts is not necessarily is, peoples. Now, see, we have a person of the name of Trey Gay who has been literally talking about this case forever and a day. And Trey Gay literally wants the people to believe that everything that he says is actual, factual, and true. But see, people, I surmise that Trey Gay is just like Jaguar Wright. It is just like a lot of these other content creators that comes and they want to say and they want to continue to keep putting out this salacious madness and try to tell the people that, hey, I have the proof to the truth. But what proof do you really have? What proof do you really have? What is it that you're really saying? What is it that you're really showing? And what difference does it make when you are speaking up on this case? I surmise, peoples, that madness that Trey Gay has been saying for over 7 years is BS and nonsense, peoples. And many of these other content creators is BS and nonsense, peoples. See, the thing is, peoples, when you break this case down step by step and inch by inch, you got to ask yourself the question each and every time that you talk about this case. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, if you don't break it in segments, you will be lost in the fray. Because things will look real to you, which is fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. Now, peoples, you have to ask yourself the question, and that is simply this: why Kenneka? And hopefully, peoples, this time around on this particular live, on this particular day, we can be able to get some answers as to why Kenneka. Why Kenneka, people? See, the thing is, peoples, I have tried my best for all of these many years to try to educate the people as to that of what I see. And that of what I see is that of what they said. And so you can't blame me for what they said, because it is what they said. It ain't a figmentation of my imagination. It is what they said. And what they said is what we have to go by. Unequivocally and undeniably, people, they said it. And because they said it, I am holding them account to what they said. And not for what I think, or not for what I believe. And see, that's the difference, peoples. Because see, when you hold the people account for what they said, well then, hey, that's what they said. And if what they said is not true, actual, factual, and correct, well then you hold them account to what they said. And that's what it is, peoples. And if what they said doesn't measure up to what is being shown, well then we have a problem. We have a problem. And see, that's the problem, peoples. The problem is that many of you look at this case and you view this case and you build a narrative around that of what you see instead of what they said. And I've already told you, peoples, that I was already going to hold everybody account to what they said. Now, see, the thing is, peoples, this is actual, factual, and true. I have yet to have a YouTuber ever come on my channel to challenge me about the Kenneka Jenkins case after 7+ years. I have never had a YouTuber to challenge me upon the merits of this case. See, I had many YouTubers come onto my channel, and I had many YouTubers talk about the case, but they never challenged me upon the merits of this case. And then the reason why they never challenged me upon the merits of this case is because the simple thing is they don't know what the F they're talking about. See, because the thing is, whatever they say, I'm going to hold them to the account for what they say. So don't ever come to my channel thinking that you're going to woo Edward Joseph and try to debunk Edward Joseph, because see, the thing is, what you said, I'm going to use it. And if you say what you say, I'm going to show you up and show your ASS. And I'm going to stick your mouth, your face, your mantra right between your butt cheeks. And I'm going to call you out for the nefarious bullshit and madness that you speak. See, the thing is, peoples, this is one of the reasons why all of these YouTubers never ever use any of my lives. They never talked about me talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. They can't. They can't. See, the thing is, peoples, what I had said before, I am still saying now. And see, the thing is, from my perspective and my understanding, all I'm doing is just bringing awareness and clarity from my understanding from what they said. Some things is a given, peoples. And this is one of the reasons why the YouTubers cannot debunk Edward Joseph, because they can't hold me to account. Because what I said then is what I'm saying now. And it's the same thing that I have been saying beforehand. And see, you can't trip me up. You can take my lives, you can dissect it, you can do whatever the hell you please, but can you debunk me? Can you show me up? Can you make me look out to be like a liar that many of you are? See, many of you have been talking about this case for year after year after year after year, and continue to keep spreading this salacious madness. And it's people like Edward Joseph that continues to keep calling you out for the bullshit and madness that you speak. And that was my whole intentions of coming to YouTube, is to call out the hilarious and nefarious YouTubers for the madness that they've been speaking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. It ain't what I think, people. You don't have to believe me. I've already made that crystal clear. And it ain't no argument with me, because, again, if you can't develop a narrative on your own, well, then why are you trying to come to my live to argue with me over a point that you can't even make yourself? Save me the bullshit and madness. See, you will sit your tail over on Trey Gaines' channel forever and a day, hours on end, listening to this salacious madness that ain't got shit to do with this case. It ain't got shit to do with Kenneka Jenkins. It ain't got shit to do with TM, Lenora Harris, or any other person that is ever mentioned in this case, peoples. It ain't got shit to do with it. The Treygate tries to portray everybody as being guilty, and that it is a major goddamn conspiracy in this case. But what is the conspiracy, peoples, when TM's own attorney had told you from the beginning, from Jump Street? And see, that's the thing with many of you people, because you don't open up your mind, you don't open up your ears, but you all the time got your big bad breath, stinking mouth open, talking about shit that you ain't got nothing to do with, and you don't even know anything about. You talk too much and you never shut up. Peoples, from the beginning, Jeffrey Feiger had told you simply this, that the family, and he put emphasis upon family. He said that the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing, till at the time to when Kenneka was found. That's what Jeffrey Feiger said. That is what Jeffrey Feiger said, peoples. Jeffrey Feiger told you from the beginning that the family of Kenneka Jenkins was there at the time to when she came there, to at the time to when she came up missing. So what does that say, peoples? Jeffrey Feiger had said a lot in that of what he spoke about. One thing, he had put Kenneka at the Crown Plaza. Two, he had put the family of Kenneka at the Crown Plaza. Unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. Those are two facts that the people cannot debate. They cannot debunk. And I don't care what the little YouTuber, the little lady, sits around here and say, oh, well, Kenneka never been at the Crown Plaza. That's bullshit and nonsense. You guys hold on for a moment. I am back. Peoples, listen. If Kenneka never was at the Crown Plaza, well, Jeffrey Feiger would have said so. The case files would have said so. The coroner would have said so. The friends would have said so. But that's not the case. Everybody put Kenneka at the Crown Plaza. Everybody. From the case files to the attorney to the friends to the mama. Everybody put Kenneka Jenkins at the Crown Plaza. Not at the Doubletree, not at the west side of Chicago, not in Schiller's Park, and certainly not at the Marriott. She was simply at the Crown Plaza. Peoples. Now, the question is this, peoples, simply this. When did Kenneka come to the Crown Plaza? When? That's the thing that has been bothering a lot of people. When did Kenneka come to the Crown Plaza? Many people think that it was on September the 8th, leading into September the 9th. That's what many people think. And the only reason why they think that is because of what was stated in the case files and what the video surveillance footage had shown. Many people believe that that was Kenneka Jenkins walking herself into the establishment and walking herself down the hall and up to a room of room 926. Well, people, we're going to analyze that because my thing is simply this, and it's so simple. We have seen so many pictures and so many variations of the supposed Kenneka. One, she was thick. One, she was small. One, she was tall. One, she was short. One, she had broad shoulders. And one, she doesn't. I mean, when you place all of these pictures side by side, people, you will notice a major, not a subtle, but a major difference in between all of these photos and depictions, or captions, or screenshots of the supposed Kenneka Jenkins. Now, there's only one Kenneka Jenkins, people. It's only one Kenneka Jenkins, contrary to popular belief. It's only one Kenneka Jenkins, people. Now, many people say that Kenneka Jenkins is Kenneka Martin, and Kenneka Martin is Kenneka Jenkins. Well, people, you know, if that's truly what's the case, if there was only one Kenneka with two names, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. How does Kenneka Jenkins go from being tall to being short? Because one was tall and one was very thick, to one was short and not so thick, well built. One was a powerhouse and one had fought, and one was docile and one was kind of had a jovial attitude. One didn't take no shit from people, and one all the time was just goofy and very charismatic. So, was Kenneka Jenkins Dr. Jekyll and Mrs. Hyde? I mean, did she have split personalities? Because when you go through the case files, people, and you listen to the narratives of what her friends, not for what you think of what you say, because you don't know her, they did, and they had spoke upon her. Now, one was a fighter. When did you ever know or hear or even see, for that matter, Kenneka Jenkins ever standing up to fight anybody? You never seen it. You never heard it. Not Kenneka Jenkins. I have yet to hear any video, any commentary of anybody saying that Kenneka Jenkins was a fighter, that Kenneka Jenkins did not like people looking at her. I've never heard anybody really put Kenneka Jenkins in a box to where Kenneka Jenkins was just that type of girl to where she would get mad at anybody who would say stupid things and stuff. I mean, all of the pictures, all of the videos that I have ever seen of Kenneka Jenkins was that of a jovial, goofy person that loved to live life. And she lived it abundantly. And everybody loved who she was. Now, we didn't see too many videos and pictures of Kenneka Jenkins and TM. And TM is Teresa Martin. We didn't see too many videos and pictures of TM and Kenneka. But when we did see it, it was kind of like a little perverted. Because see, a supposed mother who birthed Kenneka Jenkins is caught on a video saying, "Can you do a split on a dick?" How in the F do you think you got here? Really, peoples? And so is that the type of madness that you will be speaking and saying with your daughter, peoples? I mean, is that the type of relationship you have with your daughter?
On a dick. Shit. How the hell you think you got here?
Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How in the hell you think you got here? Well, can you do a split on the dick? I mean, even if you do a split on the dick, well, shit, it ain't to the degree to where you're getting pregnant. Some of you may be dealing with some small dicks. Some of you may be dealing with some big dicks and have a small V. But if you can do a split on a dick, can you get pregnant? Well, she did a lot of splits on dicks and she never got pregnant. Peoples. She did many splits on a dick. Shit. And so, how in the hell did Lenora Harris, Kenneka Jenkins, and her brother, Ken Jr., get here? How? I mean, people say that Kenneka and Ken Jr. are twins, but they're not twins, peoples. They're not fraternal twins, and they're not identical twins. Kenneka is a couple of years older, if not a little more, than Ken Jenkins Jr. So, which people, it tells me that there is no possible way that Kenneka Jenkins could have been a twin to Ken Jenkins Jr. No possible way. No possible way. Now, we know that Kenneka and Ken Jenkins Jr. is Kenneth Jenkins Sr. children. We know that. Because we got testimony from the half sisters of Kenneka and Ken Jenkins Jr. The other siblings that Ken Sr. had. And it came from their lips. It came from their lips. The other side of the family has spoken upon Kenneka and Ken Jr. and unequivocally and undeniably stated that these are our siblings. He had three other girls, peoples. Three other girls other than Kenneka. And so someone did a split on his dick, and that's how in the hell that they got here. And so someone did a split on his dick, and that's how Kenneka and Kenneth Jr. got here. Okay, so help me to make this make sense, people. Help me to make this make sense. Lenora Harris is supposed to be Kenneka's sister, right? But Lenora Harris is not Kenneka's full-blooded sister, because her name is Lenora Harris, not Lenora Jenkins, right? And so because it's Lenora Harris, that means that she was birthed from some other guy, right? Because if it was Lenora Jenkins, well, then that means that she would have had to come out of someone's pee, and that Ken Jenkins Sr. would have been her biological father, which that's not the case, people. So TM is trying to perpetrate that she has three kids: Lenora, Kenneka, and Ken Jenkins Jr. That is TM's claim to fame. That's what she said. She said that she has three kids. Now, for all of you YouTubers out there that all the time wants to sit here and talk a lot of shit behind the scenes, come on to my channel, come on to my panel, and come talk to me, and then prove to me and the people unequivocally and undeniably that TM had three kids. I don't care about what you believe. I don't care about what you think. What I care about is what you know, and that you can show, and that you can prove. See, you just saying that TM had kids doesn't mean nothing to me. So I'm not going to waste my time and energy battling and fighting over semantics. You all supposed to be and have done research. You all have known about this case forever and a day. It's been indoctrinated for 7 years or more. And so with all of the research that you guys are supposed to have done and things, well, then there should be some things that you can be able to bring to the forefront to the people to prove that TM had three kids, right? You should be able to understand who Lenora Harris' father is. I mean, you guys are so proficient and efficient upon background checks and stuff. I mean, shit, you can even tell Bugs Bunny, you know, if he had kids or if he had a wife or something, you know, you can be able to tell Wall E. Coyote, super genius, how to get the Roadrunner. I mean, you guys are so freaking smart that you should be able to tell Warner Brothers, hey, I have a new character that you can be able to develop and that the people will come and see forever and a day. That's just how smart you are, but that's just how dumb you are. Because even Wall E. Coyote, the super genius, still could not catch the Roadrunner. And in every instance of all of these gadgets and inventions that he had made trying to catch the Roadrunner, the Roadrunner was way too fast and way too smart to be caught. See, did you hear what I said? See, you all have Roadrunner's mouths and minds and mannerisms because you run off at the mouth, you run off with the narrative, and you run off with this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious nonsense that you can't even catch up with yourself because you're running way too fast. But yet you want to be like Wow E Coyote, and you're thinking that you're the super genius. So you conjure up and you come up with all of this madness that has nothing to do with nothing, and you cannot prove nothing. You know that song, nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You got to have something if you want to be with me. Well, you have nothing and you present nothing. And so I'm saying, come up with something. Come up with something. But you can't. You absolutely can't. Because you're just like Jaguar Wright. You run at the mouth and you come and you try to bolster your claim as you're this, that, and the other. Remember, she said that she was at the Diddy party. She was at the Diddler's party. So if she was at the Diddler's party, well, then people's guess what she did? She was doing just like what TM is doing right now. She is spreading her legs. She is doing a split on a dick. But last that I checked, Jaguar Wright doesn't have any kids. I mean, can Jaguar Wright have any kids? I mean, she's did so many splits, so many dicks. According to her, she is the dominatrix. She is the madam, but don't even have no kids. Just like TM, don't have no kids, but sit here and try to tell the people that you got 3 kids, but you never seen any baby pictures of her nursing Kenneka, Ken Jr., nor Lenora. Peoples, I have shown you my baby's pictures. And I have shown you what me and my baby's pictures. And my babies look just like their father. I brought those babies up. I took care of them. I didn't birth them, but I helped create them. I sure did. I said, I sure did. I shown you my babies. Those were my babies. And see, it wasn't no shame in my game, peoples, because see, I've got a loaded gun. I got a loaded gun, and I had 3 kids. 3 beautiful, wonderful kids. And so, see, I shot my shot. But see, when the other guys that TM did a split on that dick, shot their shot, well, they were shooting blanks. Because I'd never seen her with a puffy stomach. I never seen Jaguar Wright with a puffy stomach. Wait 1 minute, because I'm already knowing the trolls is going to come in here and then they're going to talk their shit. So let me go ahead and do this now before I really go in, peoples. Let me share this with you all, peoples. Let me share this with you all. All things in this video has allegedly occurred. We hold no responsibility to what is being spoken. People, that means anything that I say or you say has allegedly occurred. And we hold no responsibility to what I say, you say, or anybody else say in this live. Is that all right, peoples? Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right, peoples, that was my disclaimer. That's what I had to say. And so don't you try to sit here and try to hold me to account for the things that I'm saying, because again, peoples, I've already told you. I've already told you from the beginning. What I say is not law. It's my humblest opinion, peoples. And so I don't care if you like it or not. It is what it is. I said it is what it is, peoples. All right. So I see my family's in the house, so let me go ahead and give a shout out to my family. See, peoples, whenever I go live, I don't immediately look at the chat because I got other things going. So while I'm talking, I'm looking at other things behind the scene. But I see when I clicked on to the chat room now, I see my family's in the house. So let me give a shout out to hello, Jenna to you, B. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Jenna to you, B has says, greetings, Edward. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins had says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. Wait a minute. Wait 1 minute. Gina, are you on a different channel? Hold on, y'all, because I don't see Gina's wrench on here. So, yeah, I know I have different channels, and not everybody has a wrench on all of the channels and things. But this is concerning. So here, let me go ahead and yeah, you're on a different channel. I see, because you're not coming up on my on the main channel. So that's why I don't see the wrench up on your name, because you're not on the main channel. Because when I'm looking at my when I'm looking at my live and things, I don't see your I don't see your name. Okay. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty had says hello, Edward, and chat. All right, people. Jenny to you had said Jaguar did have a son. Allegedly, he is deceased. Okay. Y'all hold on. Okay, so if Jaguar right had a son, well then my question would be, where's the son? I mean, how did the kid die? Anybody know how the kid died? I mean, I'm not trying to get on the woman, but I'm just trying to get clarity because see, I haven't done no research upon Jaguar rights, so I don't know pretty much anything about her. Okay, so Gina to you said that he was allegedly killed. But how? How okay, so then my question would be simply this. Where's any pictures of Jaguar Wright with her son? And what was the young man at a certain age when he got killed? You know, I mean, if she had a son and he got killed, why did he get killed or how did he get killed? Uh, uh, the question that I have, you know, how and and why did he get killed? And see, this is the thing, people. People just don't get killed just on GP. There's things that has happened and all for people to go through the various things that they're going through. And so the thing is, when you live that type of lifestyle, well, then these are the things that happen. Gina, to you had said, I don't know. I overheard her in the beginning speak upon it. I don't watch your channel anymore. Well, I'll just put it like this. I have yet to see any picture of Jaguar Wright with any kids. I never heard anybody speak upon Jaguar Wright having any kids. So I can't say whether she did have a child or didn't, but if she did, well, I would love to see a picture. And then if she did, well, then how did the kid die? Jenna said that he supposedly had got killed, but how? I'm saying this is the thing that I'm saying, people. For all of these people that have gotten killed, well, that tells you something about their lifestyle. Tells you something about their lifestyle because if they got killed by a drive-by shooting or something, you got to ask the question: what was the intended target? Did somebody intend on killing them or what? What was the reason behind them getting killed? And then who wanted them killed? What was they doing to get killed? Now, see, what Gina had said is very interesting because she said that allegedly the young man was killed. That means somebody had intentionally took his life. Somebody. Now, if it was a so-called accident, like they're proclaiming here in the Kenneka Jenkins case, well then, you gotta ask yourself the question: how could that have happened? How could that have happened for Kenneka to have literally died in a freezer? Now, if many of you people believe this bullshit and nonsense that Kenneka walked herself in a freezer and laid down and died, but then you just stupid. I'm just going to call you stupid. Yeah. It ain't no way in God's creation whatsoever that you can ever tell me that Kenneka ever walked herself into that kitchen and laid down and died. Okay. Okay. That has been sent shows a oh okay, so this is something different. All right, so let's look at this. All right. I don't know. Okay, so if I can, I'm trying to call this up, but it's calling up something else. So here, let me see if I can. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to copy it to my Facebook, and then we all going to take a look at this. All right, I'm going to copy something to my Facebook peoples, and then let's take a look at this because when I try to look at it on my phone, it keeps directing me to some other thing. So here, let me copy this to my Facebook, and then I can call it up on my Facebook. I mean, on the computer from my Facebook. All right, so I guess this will explain Jaguar Wright. So let's see. So it was stated that Jaguar Wright does have a child. So let's see if she has a child, peoples. I don't know, but let's see. I mean, this is what it stated that she had a child. So all right, let's see here. Let me see here. Sent to your messengers. All right, so now give me 1 second. I'm waiting for waiting for this code to come up on my phone. So okay, check your messenger or Facebook on your mobile device for a one-time code. All right, so let me check Facebook. I don't see no code. All right, and then I'm checking my phone. I don't see no code. All right, resend it again. Okay, send it to my Galaxy 24. So resend the code. Okay, here's your code. Yes, this was me. All right. See, Restore your history faster, create a new pin. I don't want to create a new pin. Change this to okay. All right. Okay, so let me click on this here, peoples. Now, this is supposed to be her son. Now they said that she had two kids. Said that she had two kids. One is deceased and one is chiming out. So let's take a look at this, people. Saying you guys tell me. I don't know the woman, but this is supposed to be him.
If it is said that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son so that his children may be free from the grasp of sin.
Okay.
What would it mean to a person if they loved something so dearly?
I just called CPS and showed them how you were children and abandon your children. Laugh and joke about them having to fend for themselves at 2 years old.
You are Jaguar Wright's youngest son,
Yes.
Sam Odom Jr., aka Deuce.
I love Jacqueline Suzette Wright. She is my mother, and I love her with every bit of my being, in spite of the things that she's done. However, Jaguar Wright is the kind of person I abhor.
Welcome to my world. Welcome to my life.
Now, you said your mama was a prostitute.
I have the original drawing that captures everything that I view that my mother has become.
This is a demon.
That is a succubus.
Are you looking for me, officer? I think they're going to arrest me now.
Your mom was arrested on live one day, and you guys were inside a hotel, and it was like boxes stacked up
Yes.
everywhere. You guys were hungry, there was no food, and she gets arrested. Do you remember that day?
You would like me to give further details? on
Yes, I do.
My wallet is in my hotel room with my son and my mother who've been being harassed online all day.
On the night before that eviction, I saw the eviction notice, basically the pink slip in a yellow sheet saying, you need to move all of your things out now or we will forcefully remove it from the apartment.
Okay.
I sent her the picture of it saying, what are we going to do about this? But she said to me that it was perfectly fine. There's nothing to fret over it. Just relax in your room. Basically treating it as if it were normal. Even though I believe everyone can agree that 4 evictions is something no one should go through.
You guys have the same storytelling elements.
She is a dead son of narcissism who has been overfueled with the eutrophication of love from her father and her mother at such a young age, well before her double digits, that it spoiled her rotten and led her to believe that she was a shining star amidst the cosmos, when in actuality, she burnt out.
Oh.
4, is the current cycle of degenerosity. And this goes beyond just the falsity of Black excellence replaced with Black degenerosity. This extends to every single person in every single race. If we continue this cycle of degenerosity, it will exponentially get worse. Because there will be some point when it plateaus. And that plateauing point is our annihilation.
Damn. What a way to talk about your mama. Now, I don't feel bad, peoples, because when I talked about her, her son is saying some worse things about her. And she can't get mad because she literally told us herself that she's a freak. And her son is literally letting her out. Now, I understand that, we all have some situations and problems. I'm not going to get on her about her evictions and things of that nature and stuff. I mean, shit. But the thing is that he said, I just don't dislike my mom. I abhor her. I literally abhor her. Which simply is put, people's, this boy hates his mother. This boy hates his mother. Woo! That's, man, for somebody to talk about their mama like that, damn, what that you were doing, Jaguar, right? For this boy to abhor you, meaning that is such a disdain for his mom. It's just crazy. So what basically what he's saying, she is a habitual liar. She fantasized and she criticized and she tends to, Now I don't know what his upbringing was. I don't know what the relationship between him and his father was and stuff, as relationship to her mom. I mean, his mom and things. I don't know what Jaguar Wright was and stuff, but I mean, it's simply this, people's, for a child to talk in the manner to which he is, and he seems to be very educated, very articulate in the way that he speaks and stuff, very poignant. I get a sense that he didn't take upon the characteristics of his mom. I don't know who his father is. have no clue as to what he was like or something, but it seems like this boy got some type of education, and he seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders and stuff. But he pretty much laid down the line. Now see, Jaguar Wright can sit around here and talk about everybody under the sun, but when your own son is sitting up here criticizing you and telling the public that you are a bad, or you were a bad, and probably still is you will always be his mama. Okay, let's get that point straight. You will always be his mama. You'll always be his mama. But even being his mama, you still should have had some respect for yourself. But you don't even have no respect for yourself because you're on national TV telling the world that you were a hoe. You were a sex worker. You were sitting around here doing splits.
A split on a dick. Shit. How the hell you think you got here?
Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How in the hell you think you got here? Ah! And see, peoples, there's that famous red couch in the background with the red hair. It's something about red that TM loves, peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, if you ever sat here and chronicalized TM, peoples, you will see that she had many different colors. Many different colors, peoples. And so my thing is, Miss Jaguar Wright, the liar whose pants is on fire. I'm not here to really try to browbeat you, and things and stuff. I'm just here to just bring awareness of the lies that you told, and that you need to stop sitting around here trying to put down Jay-Z and Beyonce and Sean Carter and all of these people and stuff, because I mean, from what I'm seeing, peoples, this heifer ain't no better than them. She ain't no better than them. So it's just like calling the kettle black. How is it that you're going to walk around here and speak all this salacious madness up against somebody else, and then you wasn't no good mother to your own child? That's a crying shame. Sit down and shut your mouth, Jaguar Wright. Sit down and shut your mouth. Shut up. Oh, you can't, because you got mental issues. People, I was sitting here, I was talking to one of my friends who's a content creator, and I had a twisted, demented woman that came to my channel that used to wreak havoc here at one point. And I thought the woman was dead. I mean, family members came to my channel saying that, oh, well, you said this and that and the other about my sister. I thought the woman was dead. Come to find out, the woman ain't dead. She's alive. She's much alive. And I was like, wait 1 minute. I said, oh, don't you tell me that she's coming back. I thought she was dead. So anybody who knows who I'm talking about. I'm not going to mention no names, but if you know that you know, then you know who I'm talking about. But I thought the woman was dead, but she's much alive. How are you going to fake your own death? How? I mean, that's crazy to me. You fake your own death. Had an obituary, everything, and stuff. So it kind of makes me wonder, people. If you can fake your own death, well, then shit, you know. It kind of makes me wonder. Well, I mean, I'm sure people sitting around here saying, well, you know, but I just hope the dead stay dead and don't come alive. Because if the dead rises up and come alive, well, then I am the dead slayer. And I'm going to slay that dead person. And this time around, I'm going to be vicious with it to where she would want to be dead. Go back to the grave where you came from, and don't show up and appear. Because, man, tell you this time around, this year, man, look, I'm taking the gloves off. I'm coming after everybody who wants to start some beef. Every single person who wants to start some beef, I'm coming after you. So if you want to start some beef, well then just there's the chat room right there. Come on, chime out. Bring your name and your face to the forefront and stuff, and then I'm gonna harp up on you like none other. So now if you don't want to be exposed and you don't want no beef, well then just shut up and watch the live and be done with. Because this time around, people's I literally had enough. I've been through this shit way too long. I dealt with this and I tried to be as nice, cordial with people and stuff, but now I'm taking the gloves off. And frankly, I don't give two rat asses what you think, what you say. I really don't. Because this time around, the gloves is off. I said this time around, peoples, the gloves is off.
This is to you, T Slate. You want to play with me, little girl? Now the gloves come off, ma'am. This is to you, T Slate. You want to play with me, little girl? Now the gloves come off, ma'am.
So don't play with me. I said, don't play with me. Don't play with me, because if you want the gloves to come off, well, then come on and chime out. I didn't know that Jaguar Wright had 2 kids. And so my condolences to her for the young men that she had lost. I mean, it's been said that her boy, her son, had got killed. I don't know how he got killed or why he got killed, but it was stated that he got killed. And if that be the case, my heart goes out to you. But it seems like tragedy is running in your family. Your son hates you. He despises you. He abhors you. He thinks that you are just a crazy lunatic. And then you're sitting around here lying upon people and then spreading salacious madness up against these people. Well, if you were ever in a Diddy's party, why in the hell did you not come to the authorities and instead of taking to Facebook and talking about these people? I'll give you credit, and it's been said that you've been saying all of this stuff forever and day and all, but obviously the authorities must not have deemed you credible. They must have deemed you crazy. Because all of the things that you've been saying for all of these many years, well, nothing happened. And rightfully so. Maybe that of what they said about you is true. You may be crazy. I'm beginning to believe so, because what caught my attention with you, Jaguar, right, is when you have literally browbeated that girl, Allie Carter. No, it wasn't Allie Carter. It was that other girl, that big girl who who got on that live and wasn't expressing herself to the world. And I was like, because the girl said that she knew you. And it was obvious that she may have. Come to think about it, she may have been telling the truth. She probably did know you because you were the one who even told the people yourself out from your lips that you had girls in the Diddler's party. You had girls there. So come back to think about what she had said. She may did know you. And you were trying to sit here and browbeat this girl and say, oh, well, no, she doesn't know me. Well, she probably did. Yeah, with all of the things that's going on, I wouldn't put it past the people that they know you. And you're trying to cover up some shit that you was involved in. But see, the thing is, Jaguar, right? You said it yourself. I didn't. You said it. But people. So Jaguar Wright apparently had 2 children. One came on live and said that they abhor her. And Jenna to you had told us that the other child had got killed. But when it comes down to TM,
Luckily on a dick. Shit, how the hell you think you got here?
when it comes down to TM, who does a split on a dick and proclaiming that the kids, Kenneka Jenkins, Lenora Harris, and Ken Jenkins, got here. But there's no evidence of that, peoples, that they ever got here by TM doing splits on a dick. Well, let's go back here, people. So let's go back. I want to go back. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, people. Let me share my screen. I want to go back to a time to when TM's attorney, Mr. Jeffrey Feiger, had told the people that the family of Kenneka was at the establishment at the time, to when she came up missing, to at the time that she was found. All right, peoples, this is the live. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. And I want you to listen to this for a moment, because I want you to really grasp what he is saying. Now they have the disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that otherwise might be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right, peoples, let's listen in. Peoples, Mr. Jeffrey Feiger.
Who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th.
Now listen to what he had said, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins was not identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment on September the 9th. That is so significant, peoples, which is what I've been telling you guys forever and a day. Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. That is what I've been telling you forever and a day. And he just reiterated what I have been telling you forever in a day, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. Because if she did, she would have been identified first and foremost, and she would have been found wandering the halls of that establishment. But it never happened. And I'm not just telling you this, peoples. The attorney is telling you this. She has never been identified. Listen to what he said. He said, she has never been identified, nor was she found. Okay. Let me share this, peoples. Let me share this with you. Now, give me 1 second here.
Don't run around here. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for Kenneka, because I'm not going to say I don't think that nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe Kenneka walked herself in that freezer and laid down and died. I also don't believe that somebody put their hands on her to end her life on purpose, in any kind of way, shape, or form.
Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez, Mendina said that she do not believe that Kenneka walked herself in that freezer and laid down and died. And also, she do not believe that nobody intentionally put their hands on her. All right, so if Kenneka didn't walk herself in a freezer and lay down and died, and nobody intentionally put their hands on Kenneka, well, then how in the hell did she get in the freezer? How in the hell did she get in the freezer? You heard what Jeffrey Feiger said. Jeffrey Feiger said that
who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th. Why and how, although video surveillance cameras clearly indicate that Kenneka was wandering into an area under construction that had a operating walk-in freezer and cooler, and why and how, in spite of the fact that Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found.
And that's the point that the people miss. That her family was there at the time to when Kenneka disappeared till at the time that she was found. Hello, Brazy Certified World Media. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Brazy Certified World Media has said the lies she told for years and the hotel turned out to be the cause of her death. I want you guys to I want you guys to understand something. I really do. I want you guys to grasp what I just played. I want you guys to get that. I want you guys to get that. If you don't get nothing else, I need you to get this. Let me play this again, because see, I think, Brazy, that the people are missing what I'm trying to convey here. Now, let me play this again, peoples, for your hearing.
Don't run around here. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for Kenneka. Because I'm not going to say I don't think that, nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe Kenneka walked herself in that freezer and laid down and died. I also don't believe that somebody put their hands on her to end her life on purpose, any kind of way, shape, or form.
Now that's what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina had said. She do not believe that Kenneka walked herself into the freezer and laid down and died. I don't believe that either. But then she further went and said that she do not believe that no one intentionally put their hands up on her. Okay, so if Kenneka didn't walk into the freezer on her own accord and nobody purposely put their hands up on her, help me to make this make sense. How in the hell did Kenneka get into the freezer, into the position that she is found in like this in the freezer? Help me to make that make sense. If nobody intentionally put their hands up on her and she literally walked or literally was found in this freezer, well then how in God's name did she get in the freezer? Because according to Jeffrey Feiger, according to Jeffrey Feiger, and see, this ain't what I'm saying. This is what he said. Let's listen to this again.
were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. Was who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th.
Okay. So Jeffrey Feiger had said that Kenneka was not identified nor found wandering in the halls of the Crown Plaza. That is what he said. I can't make it up. I get it that everybody has a difference of opinion, but that is what the attorney said. The attorney said that there is no evidence, period, of Kenneka wandering in the halls of that establishment. She hasn't been identified and she hasn't been found. So if Kenneka was walking the halls of that establishment, well, then Jeffrey Feiger would have a different narrative, because remember, he's the attorney. He has detectives. He has investigators. And so do you actually think that Jeffrey Feiger is lying about what supposedly happened to Kenneka? And if he is, where is the proof that he's lying? What's the proof that he's lying? Because he just told you himself. He said there is no evidence. There is none whatsoever. Kenneka has not been identified nor found. Let's hear that again, people. I don't think you guys heard that. Let's hear that again.
Who were involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given.
There has not been no adequate answers given, meaning there hasn't been any evidence whatsoever
for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crown Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th.
Which basically what he is saying is there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever of Kenneka being identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment, meaning that despite of everybody's belief, that despite of what the surveillance video footage is saying, there's no evidence that Kenneka ever walked the halls of that establishment. Now, this is what the attorney said. So, peoples, Do you think that the attorney would know a lot more than what we think? I would think so. Now, the question is simply this: is the attorney lying or is the attorney telling the truth? Because I know what we see, but what we see is not actually what we see because we know that the video footage has been edited. And so one can assume and one can surmise that Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment. But if she did, well, then you got to help me to make it make sense. Because again, peoples, if Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, well, then the case files has to coincide and has to reference to a degree of certainty that she was ever in the places and time to which they stated. And it doesn't. It doesn't. Because again, peoples, the surveillance video footage does not align with the case files. It does not align with the surveillance video commentary that was stated in the case files. It doesn't. And so I only can go by what they said. Not for what I think, not for what I feel, but for what they said. Now, we're going to hold it right here, people. So let's hold it right here for one moment. Let's hold it for right here for one moment. I'm going to go back to the case files right here. Let me go back to the case files. Let me go back to the case files, people. So let me go back to the images right here. We're going to go back to the images right here. And we're going to see for ourselves, peoples, what it says right here. So let me go ahead and change that to that right there. Okay, so that's not the one that I want. So let's go to the other one. And this is what the case files said, not whatever Joseph thinks, but what the case file said, because this is what the case file said. So contrary to many people's beliefs, I mean, I told you this time around, peoples, I only can go by what it says, and this is what it says right here. So let me call it up right here. Let me get the number right there. Okay, let me go back here. Let me go and I'm going to remove these right here from my studio. Now, let me call this up, people. This is what is in the case files. All right. Let me go desktop, case files. Kenneka's case files right here. Okay, images right there, right there. We're going to switch that over to view large icons. Then we're going to scroll down to this right here. Okay, let's see here. We're going to do all files. Okay, and there it is. So if it doesn't work this way, I'm going to call it up a different way. Okay, it doesn't look like this is a PDF file. Nope. Okay, so here, let me do this, people. I'm going to change this to a PDF file. So let me open this, and I'm going to change all of these files to a PDF file. So let me do it like this. So let me open up my PDF file viewer. I'm going to open up new, and I'm going to open up on my desktop and call Kenneka case files. And I'm going to change all of these to a PDF file. but I'm gonna save this one so I can call it up like this first. So y'all give me a second here. I'm just changing this to a PDF file. Open that. Okay, I got that open. Now I'm going to save this as a PDF file. Same. And then I'm going to put it in the same folder. Desktop, Kenneka's case files, images, and then save it as a PDF. Okay. Now let me do this for the other one, and then we're going to go and we're going to take a look at that. So let me open up this one, Kenneka's case files, images, and let me do the second one here, and we're going to save that as a PDF. Okay, so that one is saved, and now let me open up this one. Now let me save this as a PDF, and we're going to look at this. This is what the case file says. It's not what Edward Joseph says. It's what the case file says. All right. So let me go back to desktop. Okay, let me go to Kenneka's case files. Let me go to images. Open up that and save it in that. All right, so I got both of them saved as a PDF file. Okay, so now let me call it up. Good. Let me call it up, people. So now this is what the case files had said, peoples. It's not whatever Joseph says, it's what the case files has said. All right, here it is right here. Okay, there it is right there. Okay. Brazy Certified World Media had said Kenneka came up missing Friday night, going into Saturday. She was drugged on Saturday. She walked through the halls Saturday. They pronounced her dead on Sunday at 12:26 p.m. Kenneka's body wasn't frozen solid. All right, so that's what Brazy Certified World Media had said, and I'm going to get to the rest of this commentary, peoples, but I want to show you this right here, and so this is the wrong way to show this, so I'm going to show you another way so I can be able to enlarge it. So let me share my entire screen, and then we're going to look at this. We're going to take a look at this, peoples. We're all going to take a look at this together. So let's look at this right here. This is all of the case files right here. And so let's look at this right here. Okay. So let's enlarge this right here, peoples. So you guys can clearly see that for yourselves right there. And what does it say, peoples? It says Rosemont Public Safety Department, Crown Plaza, O'Hare, video surveillance timeline. That's what it says right there, right? Okay, let me increase that so you guys can clearly see that for yourselves. That's what it says right there. It says Rosemont Public Safety Department. It didn't say Rosemont Police Department. It says Rosemont Public Safety Department. Crown Plaza, O'Hare Airport, video surveillance timeline. That's what it says, right? Okay. And so right here, it clearly says updated on 9/14/2017 at 18:45 hours. Y'all see that, right? It says updated 9/14/2017, meaning that whatever was on the video surveillance, it changed. Or maybe it not changed, but something had to change, because if it's an updated means that you change something, right? You're refreshing it. You're bringing something new, updated. Now, see, if it was just dated, it would just say 9/9/2017. But it said it was updated from 9/9/2017 to 9/14/2017 at 1845. So it says updated, peoples, meaning that something changed in this here. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when they said updated, it means something had to change from that was originally reported, right? That's what it means. Updated. 9/14/2017 at 1845 hours. All right. So now let's look at this here, peoples. Let's look at here. It says at 9/9/2017 at 3:52 hours. 3:52 hours, right? Okay, y'all see that, right? Now let me see if this is number 1 or number 2. Oh, this is number 2 of 2. So let me go to number 1. There's number 1 right there. Okay, so still the same thing. Updated 9/14/2017 at 1845. And then this is the first page, peoples. See that? First page of 2. And then refers to Rosemont Police Services crime scene log for Rosemont Police Services personnel. Y'all see that, right? That is what it says right there. Okay, so now let's look at this. It says Rosemont Public Safety Department, Crown Plaza O'Hare Hotel video surveillance timeline. Then it has their insignia right there, Rosemont, and then it has over here, and then it has all of the notes and stuff, as you can see. Now, this was in the case files. This ain't something that I put together. This is in the case files. You can find that in case files. Let me go show you. I have the original case files right here. Here it is right here. Here's all of the case files. See that? This is just only the images. See that? So let's look at here. So let me go ahead and let me get my magnifier, so you guys can clearly see for yourself. So let me get my magnifier, because I don't want to be accused of making things up. I just only want to present to you what they said, not for what I believe, for what they said. And this is what they said. So here's my magnifier. So now let me increase that right here, people, so you can clearly see. Here is the case files right here. So these are the images and these are the narratives. Y'all see that? These are the narratives. So let's click on the narratives. See, here's the narratives. And then look at all of the narratives right here. So when we look at it, we start off from number 1 all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down to 143. Now let's look at 143. And then there it is right there. Here it is right there. Administrative Agency, Rosemont Public Safety Police, incident report, case number, report number 143. I, Detective Dilakova, number 1444, reviewed Facebook's response to the grand jury subpoena for Blank's Facebook page on the 29th of November 2017. The Facebook Live video with Blank was transferred onto a disk in its native format, meaning in its original format, meaning that it has not been changed. So whatever was transferred from the video live was transferred to a disc in its original format. That's what native means. Native format means original format. It says, I contacted blank from Target Forensic Services. So they use Target to transfer the data. So did you guys know that Target had a forensic science service? Why did they use Target Peoples and they didn't go and use the Chicago Police Department? Why are they fumbling around with Target Forensic Services? Now, see, if there was a police department, they wouldn't have to use Target Forensic Services. They should have their own forensic service. They could have went to Chicago. Chicago ain't nothing but 14 miles from Rosemont. Okay, so here, let me go and let me share my screen, peoples. I'm just building my case. I'm getting back to what Brazy had said, but I'm just building my case, peoples. So bear with me. Bear with me. I'm getting back to what Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina had said. I'm getting back to what Jeffrey Feiger had said. Bear with me, peoples. Bear with me. So, as you can see, that's the case files. That's the case files, peoples. Now, let me go to Google's Earth. Let me go to Google's Earth. Let me call it up Google's Earth right here. So, how do I get back to that? There we go. All right. Let me go to Google's Earth. I had Google's Earth on here. There it is right there. Google's Earth. All right. So Google Earth, I want you to no, I want Google's Earth. Let me go to Google's Earth, y'all. Google's Earth. Take me to Google's Earth. Thank you. Google Earth. All right. I want you to take me to Rosemont. We're going to start a new search. Yeah, I hate this new thing. So, new search. Take me to Rosemont, right there. 5440 River Road Avenue. 5440 North River Road, Rosemont, Illinois. As you guys can see right there on the screen. Okay. I want you guys to see that. There's the address right there. That is the Crown Plaza Hotel. All right. So now let's go to Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. All right, so there it is right there. Google Earth is next to that. And so let's look up Cook County Medical Examiner's Office address. I had all of this stuff on here. I dropped some rice in between my keyboard. Sitting up here eating some Panda Express. All right, so let's go to Cook County. Medical Examiner's Office. There it is right there. Office of the Chief County. Okay, and let's get the address here. Chicago. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, Chicago. Chicago, Illinois, right there. All right, there we go, right there. Okay, and then the address is 2121 West Harris Street, Chicago, Illinois. All right. So now let's go back to Google Earth. Okay. And so let's go ahead and let's clear that. Let's put in that and take us there. All right. There we are, right there. Cook County. So now, how do I get both? I want to do the driving now. Since I got both, open my maps for drive. All right. Okay, let me see. I did this once before. I'm trying to get back to how do I put in both. Let's see here. I got both addresses, so now I'm trying to get back to how do I do both. I don't know. Okay. I did it on okay, so we got the maps right there. Let's see. We got the maps right there. All right, let's try a different one. Let's try Google's map. To the drive. Google map, drive. How do you do the drive thing? Dang, they keep changing the stuff to, okay, here it is right here. All right, there we go. Okay, so we put down here for that, and then 5440 North River Road. Okay, so when we look at the map here, peoples, from Rosemont to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, it is only 28 miles. 28 miles. 28 miles. There it is. Here it is to Chicago, O'Hare, and Rosemont. There it is right there. Y'all see that? Crown Plaza, Chicago O'Hare, right? Okay. Down. We follow this road all the way down. Oops. What am I doing? Okay. Let me shrink that a little bit. To Chicago right there. And here it is right here. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. All right, wait a minute. Let me do this again. Because all right, so Rosemont, so 5440 Rosemont, Okay, there we go. There we go. So now we're back on track. So I just can't touch the touch the touch the map. Okay, right here, there you see Cook County Medical Examiner's Office right there. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so from from Rosemont to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, the map says that it is only 28 minutes. 28 minutes, 21.4 miles. So it's only 28 minutes from Rosemont to Cook County. So my question is simply this. Now, let's go back to the case files right here. Let's go back to the case files. Since we know how long it takes from Rosemont to get to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, which there is supposed to be the place where Kenneka's body was supposed to have been taken to, according to the case files. All right. So now let's go back here. Let's go back here. And I think I've already had it open. So let's go back to the recent things that I have open. And let me look at this here. So I don't see it. So I know I had it. So let me look at this here, peoples. Right here. Okay, there it is, right there. All right. So let me increase this, peoples. Right here. It says simply right here, peoples. It says simply right here. And dang, no, okay. So what case number is this? So here, let me increase it this way into the thing here. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot better. All right. So right here, peoples, this is the Rosemont Public Safety Death Hospitalization Report. Y'all see that, right? And then it has the logo of Rosemont Public Safety. Now, this is the actual report that is in the case files, right? Okay. So I want you guys to notice something. It tells you, okay, body located inside, body position lying down, exact body position face up, left side, condition of body cold, color of body normal, body moisture dry. Unusual condition of the body is frozen. That's what it says, right? Y'all see it right there, right? It says unusual condition of the body frozen. Color of the body is normal. Body position is lying down. Body exact position is cold. Body moisture is dry. No marks, tattoos, etc. Doesn't give no list of any marks, tattoos, etc. on her body. Okay. Right here, it says simply right here, peoples. It says name of physician, Dr. Christos, address 7435 West Talcott Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Victim is presently being treated, not being treated. Okay. Now look right here. It says the medical examiner will respond to the scene of death involving falls, carbon monoxide in police custody, police shootings, and multiple deaths. Okay, y'all see that, right? Now, right here it says date. Medical examiner notified on 9/10/2017. Time of notification 0147 hours, meaning at 1:47 in the morning on what? The date 9/10. The medical examiner arrived at 0308 on 9/10. 9:10 in the morning. At 3:08 a.m. in the morning. Okay. It says the medical examiner's name is Summers, number 71. Medical examiner case number is that. And it says medical examiner instructions. It says, do not move the body. That's what it says. It says, he said, the medical examiner had told the people, do not move the body. Do not move the body. Okay, so let's stop right there. He said right there, peoples, and it's clearly in your face. It says right there, peoples, medical examiner instructions. It clearly says, do not move the body. Y'all see that, right? It says, in all cases where death occurs, the Cook County medical examiner should be notified. Look, it didn't say in some cases. It didn't say in a few cases. It says in all cases where death occurs, the Cook County Medical Examiner Office should be notified. Should be. It didn't say they have to be, but they said that it should be. But they were notified. They were notified because with the autopsy report, it was stated that Kenneka's body was taken to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office for an autopsy. So they were notified. But the people that came out wasn't from the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, peoples. They came from the Resurrection Hospital. That's where Kenneka's body was taken, peoples. It wasn't taken directly to the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office for an autopsy, peoples. It was taken to the Resurrection Hospital. That's where the body was originally taken, peoples. Okay, look, there it is right there. There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. It says that body removed by other. Other means that someone special took the body. So the coroner didn't take the body. Cook County Medical Examiner's Office coroner didn't come and take the body. It says other. It didn't say that the body was transported by Rosemont ambulance. It didn't say that the body was transported by private ambulance. It says that the body was transported by other. And who did we see come down and claim the body? Not Jeffrey Weiss. Roland Weiss. Roland Weiss was the one who had claimed the body. Now, why would Roland Weiss claim the body, peoples? Did TM tell Roland Weiss to take the body? Because remember, TM was supposed to be the mother. So TM had power of attorney over Kenneka's body. So she had a choice as to who takes the body. Because if the coroner is not taking a body, well, then TM had a choice as to who was taking the body. See, people's, see, this is what I'm saying. See, you guys are on the assumption that they can just do what they want. And technically, if it's an accident, they can't do what they want. Because TM had every right and reason to say, take my daughter to X and X funeral home, hospital, or morgue. She had that right. She had that right. Can't no anybody come and pick up the body. If it was a homicide or any other or any other type of incident that the police would have gotten involved other than a accident, well, then the coroner had to come and had charge of the body. But in this case, it was deemed a accident. And so because it was deemed an accident, well, then TM had every right to tell the people who comes and picks up her body. But in this case, it was Roland Weiss who came and picked up the body. So then the question becomes people's. And see, this is very interesting right here, because see, this is where we need to get a greater understanding. Roland Weiss came to pick up Kenneka's body. And Roland Weiss has a crematory along with his funeral home. He had charge of Kenneka's body. Now, do you think that Roland Weiss took that body straight down to Cook County Medical Examiner's office, which is only 21 point something miles from the Crown Plaza? No. No. And no. Because it clearly told you where the body was going to, Resurrection Hospital. That's where the body was going to. It doesn't take an hour. It doesn't take 2 hours. It doesn't take 3 hours. It doesn't take 4 hours. It doesn't take 5 hours. Peoples, the report says that the body was frozen. You've seen the report. Let me go back to the report. That's what the report says. The report clearly says peoples. That's what the report said. It says the unusual condition of the body was right there. It says frozen. And it says the color of the body, it says normal. So how could a body be frozen and be normal? It can't. A body can't be frozen and be normal, peoples. It's impossible for a body to be frozen and normal. But see, peoples, that's not what Edward Joseph said. It is what the report says. The report says that the body color is normal and that the body was frozen. And that the condition of the body was cold, but the body moisture was dry. That's what it says. So you can argue with me up and down as much as you want, but that is what the report says. The body was frozen and the body color was normal. A body cannot be frozen in normal. Major red flag right there. And remember what TM said. TM said that it took them at least 5 hours to defrost the body. Okay. Now let's go back to the report. The report stated that the medical examiner arrived at 03:08 hours, meaning 3:08 in the morning. But according to the report, the body was pronounced dead at 12:48 in the morning. But remember, she was supposed to have been found at 12:25. All right, see, you guys are not listening to me. She was supposed to have been found at 12:25 in the morning on 9/10, but the body wasn't pronounced until 12:48. The medical examiner didn't get to the hospital until 03:08 in the morning. And the medical examiner instructions was clearly this: do not move the body. Okay, so let's examine that for one moment, peoples, because see, I'm just showing you what was in the case files. It ain't what I'm making up, it's what they shown you. That's what they said. So now we got to walk this thing down, peoples. We got to walk this thing down because see, the thing is simply this: if Kenneka was found in the freezer, dead and frozen solid, as it proclaimed in the case files, as it was proclaimed on the video when they supposedly had found Kenneka's body. Remember, he said subject frozen solid. Well, this is what Tip Tip had said of what they said in the beginning. Because remember, peoples, they've been saying a lot in the beginning, but this is what they said in the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, peoples? Chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kenneka Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. because Tiffany said that's what they said. What in the beginning? What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Peoples, it was stated in the beginning that Kenneka was not found in the freezer, but she was found in the dock area. And then they changed it, just like they updated the case files of what I have just shown you from what they had said on September the 9th. And it was updated when people, let's go back to the case files. When was it updated? It was updated on 9/14/2017. And so there you have it, people. That is proof that the various things that was stated in the beginning has changed over the course of days. And the things that was stated in the beginning has changed. So Tiffany had just told you that in the beginning, they never said that Kenneka was found in the freezer, that she was found in the rear in the dock area. And then they changed it to her being found in the freezer. And just like this right here, peoples, there's just like this surveillance timeline says right here. And we're gonna go over that. It's been updated from what was originally reported to what we see here, 9/14/2017. So whatever had been stated in the beginning has changed here on this timeline. Do you see what I'm saying? So I get it. I get when the people say, well, this happened to Kenneka and that happened to Kenneka. But see, the thing is, peoples, I'm not just telling you, I'm showing you what they said. It ain't what I said. It's what they said. And I'm showing you what they said. I showed you what Jeffrey Feiger had said. That the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing to at the time Kenneka was found. That's what they said. I'm showing you what they said in the case files as it concerns Kenneka Jenkins being in the freezer. They said that she was frozen solid. That's what it says in the case files. And that the medical examiner told them, do not move the body. But what did they do? They moved the body. And then it was stated that they took Kenneka's body down to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. But that's not what they said. What they Okay, people, so I'm getting ready to share something with you here. Something has been sent to me. Let me share it with you guys. I'm gonna share it up on. I got to share it in my email, and then I'll call it up from my email. Hopefully, it is sent. All right, so you guys give me a moment. Let me share. I'm gonna go to my email real quick. I'm gonna share this video that was just sent to me.
Please stay sharp and clear up.
Okay, so I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna share this video, peoples. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, compliments of Certified World Media. He had sent me this video. Now let's take a look at this, peoples. Install this patch to enhance. Okay, so I got to install the patch right quick here. Download for an update. Okay. Oh man. All right. So here, let me do this. I got to fill all of this information. I'll be right back, people. Let me do that real quick. Okay. Wait for that patch to upload. Okay. I'm going to have to. Okay, I'm waiting for this patch to upload, and then I'm going to call it the video. I'm getting ready to get a new 4K camera. I'm not going to be streaming in 4K because many of you can't really view it in 4K, so it ain't no sense in trying to stream a lot of these videos in 4K and stuff. But would be nice though. But I've been upgrading my system and things, and so it's been good. So okay, let me share my screen, let you guys see what's going on. How you can see, 82% installed. All right, we're almost there. Some more things that Certified World Media had shared with me. We're going to take a look at that. And again, people, I'm not being argumentative or anything. I just want to have a good, wholesome debate because I'm just only showing you what they said. It ain't what I said, is what they said. So let's look at this. So in the video, as you can see, if you can see, she wasn't walking. She was being carried. Whoever the person that was in this video, Kenneka was not walking in this video. The person in this video was being carried. Let's watch that again. Okay, so I'm gonna share this other things that was sent. So y'all give me a second here. Share it to my email. Share that one and share this one. Okay, and then I'm gonna share this one. All right. So y'all give me a second. Now give me a second and let me go to my email and let me call up these things that was sent to me, and then I'll be right back. Now, this may change your perspective or it may not. It may yield more questions than answers. But you decide, peoples. You decide. All right, so let me download this. Oh no, I can just show this like this. Okay. So let me show this picture, peoples. Let me share my screen. Okay, and so this is the picture of Franz Carve holding his nose. And as you can see, he has some tissue in his hand. You guys hold on for a moment. All right, people. So as you can see, the video that I had just played, it was supposed to be a video of Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment. And in the back of the video, it was highlighted in like a circle, someone standing back there. So let's take a look at that again. So, again, peoples, you guys be the judge as to what you believe, what you think. You know, you guys be the judge right here. So this is supposed to be Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment, and there's someone in the back there that is standing back there watching her, as you guys can see. Let me go ahead and let me enlarge this a little bit. Supposed to be somebody in the background that is supposed to be watching her. Because if we look at this and we take this for face value, peoples, whoever is back there is not close to her. You see what I'm saying? I mean, look at the big circle and look at the distance from where she is as opposed to where the person is. All right. Now let's go back and let's look at the other video that I had just played. Let's look at the other video that I just played, or look at the thing I said. Let me go back here. Hopefully it'll let me go back. Or maybe it's not gonna, it's only gonna let me play one video at a time. Okay. So we got that one. Now let's go back and look at this one.
Footage they
Okay, so now when we, I'm sharing my screen. When we look at this, peoples, we got to put this in perspective. We have to put this in perspective now, because we see the video here clearly. Someone is carrying someone in their arms. And this is the same hallway that it was stated that Kenneka had walked down and was staggering drunk in this particular hallway. So we have to put this in perspective. Okay. Let's put this in perspective. Let me see. I have that thing. I wish I could just put both of the videos up together in things. Only way I can do that is in my editing software. But I want it to be full screen like this. So let me see if I can do it this way. No, I'm already got the application called up. So I can't do it that way. But maybe I can use Windows Media. Okay, let me do it like this. Let me go back here. I do cancel all of that. All right. So let me see if I can open this up in Windows Media. Let's see here. Because I got everything, or maybe I can put this on my desktop. Let me put it on my desktop. Do it that way. Okay, I got that one and I got that one. Did that call up on my desktop? Okay, let me highlight that one and put that one on my desktop. Did it move on my desktop? I don't see it. So let me see. Can I move it to the locate on this? It's on my downloads. Okay. So let me move it out my downloads onto my desktop. Okay, there it is right there. Cool. All right. So let me see here. I want to play this one with Windows Media. Open with Windows Media Player. Okay, cool. And then let me see if I can open this. Open this with Windows Media Player.
Footage
No,
they
no, no,
tried to
no.
clear
Okay,
up.
well,
Footage they
I'll
did
keep this
falsify.
one Windows Media Player. And then I'll open this one with, what can I play? Power DVD. Okay, cool. So I got two separate ones. All right. So let's look at this here. So we have that, and then we have that. So let's go ahead and. All right. I didn't say play the whole thing. Okay. And then we have this right here. So let's move this down. Let's move this down some. And let's move this down some. Okay, cool. All right. So when we look at this, people's, we have two separate scenes. We have two separate scenes. And wait. Before I do that, let me do it like this. Let me move this over here like this. We're gonna move this over here like this. Okay, and then let's call up that last picture. Let me go to my downloads. Y'all hold on for a moment. All right, people. So I've only can do two at a time. And the only way I can do three at a time is if I put it in my editing software. And I don't want to, I really don't want to go through all of that right now. So I think that you guys can clearly see for yourself. So let me try to bring this down as small as I can. Okay, so we've already seen the picture of Franz Cave holding his nose. We've seen the video of the young lady walking the halls and someone back there um, standing there looking at her. So now let's take a look at this video right here, and let me see if I can loop it. So keep it on repeat, so then that way it doesn't go into nothing else. So let's look at this video right here, and I looped it so it'll keep replaying. So let's look at that. So it looks like somebody was trying to grab her. So I looped it. Looks like somebody is trying to grab her. Now. Oh, wait. I don't think I'm sharing my screen. Let me share my screen. Okay. Let me go back and let me share my screen, peoples. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. So you guys can see. Now, you guys be the judge as to what you see. You know, I'm not going to put words in your mouth or anything like that. I just been sent these videos. You guys be the judge. So before I go through this, let me go and let me read Brazy Certified World Media commentary, because then I guess with the commentary along with the videos, it would make a lot of sense as to what he's trying to convey. Now, Brazy Certified World Media has said the lies she told for years and the hotel turned out to be the cause of her death. Brazy Certified World Media had said Kenneka came up missing Friday night. Going into Saturday, she was drugged on Saturday. She walked through the halls Saturday. They pronounced her dead on Sunday at 12:26. Kenneka's body wasn't solid. What wasn't solid? Frozen or frozen solid. Okay. Brazy Certified World Media has said at all. So that means she had to die sometime Saturday night going into Sunday. The videos of her walking had to be put together Saturday to make everybody believe she walked in that freezer Friday night. The Certified World Media has said going into Saturday morning, whatever happened with her and that security, they couldn't just let her leave the hotel to report to the cops or tell other people, so they staged her death. Brazy Certified World Media said, so this lets you know they staged something Saturday because it was guests saying that they couldn't come in the hallway, but was filming something that day and that Saturday on the 10th, the very next day. And then Gina to you says, greeting Brazy. And then Brazy says, hey, Gina to you. And then Brazy had said, one thing we know, if the case files was put together by the same police who helped the hotel cover it up, then it's safe to say they falsified everything. Because ain't no telling who they knew that worked at Target around that time. Whatever was on that footage, just anybody couldn't see that. So somebody they knew at Target helped them. And then Gina said, that's not her. It does look like someone in the back there. Or maybe since this is staging, maybe he was waiting for his cue to come out. So it's some very interesting commentary here, people. It's a very, very interesting commentary. And so let's break it down. Let's break it down because I understand everybody's thoughts and views and feelings and things, but I'm only going to break this down and I'm only going to show you what they said. Now, I've shown you what Brazy said. I've shown you what Gina said. I've shown you what Casey had said. I've shown you what the case files had said. And I'm showing you what the video is showing. Now, you decide whether you believe that's Kenneka or if that's another girl. And then you have to also take into account everything. Everything, because it ain't no one size fit all. You got to look at everything. And the thing is, and it's what I want you guys to really focus upon is in the beginning. In the beginning, they never stated that Kenneka was found in a freezer. They never stated that Kenneka was found in the freezer. They said Kenneka was found in the dock area. I remember that. And then it was changed to the freezer. But in the beginning, it was never stated that Kenneka was found in the freezer. Although, the premise was always that she was in a freezer, but it never stated that it's a difference between her being in the freezer and her being found in the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the premise has always been Kenneka was in the freezer, but it never stated that Kenneka was found in the freezer. It was stated that Kenneka was found in the dock area. I remember vividly because I remember TM saying that Kenneka was found in the dock area by the caddy shack. That's why she was suing the caddy shack. And I've been searching high and low for that video for the commentary of Teresa Martin saying that Kenneka was found back there by the dock area near the caddy shack. Not in the caddy shack, but near the caddy shack. Because I do remember her saying that. I remember that personally. I don't know what you guys remember. I remember that personally. Remember that vividly. And this is and see the reason why I never went with that narrative because I couldn't find no evidence of Kenneka being in or near the dock area. We never seen no videos or pictures or anything like that of Kenneka being near the caddy shack. But it does make sense if you really think about it in a manner to which I'm going to break it down because I'm going to cover every scenario that's out there, people. So I'm coming back now and I'm covering every scenario, to see if this all makes sense. Because one or two things is happening, people. And this is what I'm trying to get you all to understand. You just can't specifically go by what the video says. And you cannot specifically go by what the case file says because all of it has been doctored up and it has been edited to a degree to where they pushed out a narrative. But we can hold them to account for what they said because it is what they said. And it's what is being shown in the case files. So you can't argue with what's being shown in the case files because that's what's being shown in the case files. Now, you can argue that what's in the case files is not correct. You can argue that, but peoples, you cannot argue that of what's in the case files, when that is in the case files, that is what is in the case files. That is what they've shown us. That's unequivocal and undeniable. People, you can't argue that fact. You can't say that, oh well, no, that didn't happen. Well, it may not have happened, but it's what is in the case files. And that's what we have to go by. So until you can prove the case file is wrong, well, I'm always going to stand 10 toes down and say, hey, regardless of what you may say or what you may think, this is what they said in the case files. And you can't argue with that. Now, you may have a different opinion, whether that's true, actual, factual, or whatever. But that's okay, because that's your opinion. But at the end of the day, it was stated in the case files. Now, I'm not saying that the case files is true, and I'm not saying that the case files is correct. But what I am saying, it was stated in the case files. And because it was stated in the case files, you cannot dismiss that. You have to give an understanding, clarity as to whether that is actual, factual, or true. Bottom line. Bottom line. That it says what it says, peoples. And that's what it says. Okay? So I've already told you what Jeffrey Feiger had said. Jeffrey Feiger had said that the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing till at the time to when she was found. That's what Jeffrey Feiger said. Argue me the point up and down. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It is what he said. Now, whether that be true or not, well, then prove him wrong. If you got a difference of opinion, if you got a difference in the narrative, well, then prove him wrong. You ain't got to prove me wrong. I'm only repeating what he said. Now, what I think and what I say ain't got nothing to do with nothing, because, again, like I say, you don't have to believe me, but I'm not trying to interject what I believe in this live. I'm only going by what they said. Is that all right, peoples? I hope that brings clarity so the people can understand. I don't care what, I mean, you don't have to care about what I say. I care about what I say, but you don't have to care about what I say. You can totally dismiss it. Totally. But the thing is, if you dismiss what I say, then you must come up with something that is tangible, that is credible, that the people can believe. Bottom line. Bottom line. If you're going to give a difference in opinion in what I say, well, then prove us to the degree to where we can have something to where we can see for ourselves and we can believe. That's it. Is that all right, people? So, yeah. I've been sent some videos, and we're going to analyze it in the manner in which it is presented. And then I'm going to give you my analyzation as to what I think. Now, you don't have to take it for face value. That's fine. I'm not asking you to. I'm just only asking you to look at it and then render your opinion. So let me loop this video so we don't have to keep, so it doesn't change anything. So we're going to go back to this right here. Now, this video clearly shows a person being carried in this video. Clear as daylight. I mean, I can see it clear as day. She's being carried. It ain't no person, single person sitting here walking the halls of the establishment all drunk and stuff. No. It shows me a person that has another person in his or her hands, but I'm sure that is a male to be carrying someone in his arms. And down by the stairs. That person is literally carrying another person. Now, you may see something different. And if you see something different, well, chime out. Chime out and tell us what you see. Tell us what you feel that you see in this video. I'm going to play it a couple of times. So we're going to start from the beginning. We're going to play it a couple of times. It's going to automatically loop. And so I want you to give me your understanding as to what you see.
Footage they tried to clear.
Okay, so in my humblest opinion, peoples, in my opinion, now this is my opinion. This is my opinion. You don't have to take it for face value. You say whatever you want to say and stuff, and that's fine. You know, add your commentary. In my opinion, in that video, for what I can see clearly, someone is being carried. And my premise has always been that Kenneka didn't walk the halls of that establishment. She was carried. And we have video evidence, although it may not be crystal clear, but it's clear enough to my eyes, to my satisfaction, that a person, and I'm not going to say it was Kenneka. I'm not going to say it was Kenneka because I have no evidence of that. I don't know who was being carried. All I know is someone was being carried down in that part of the establishment. Someone was in the arms of another person. Okay, so that's my opinion on that. Now, how that person got down there, where that person came from, and how that person became to be in the arms of that other person, I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you. All I know is someone is being carried in where that stairwell is in that hallway. All right, let's look at the other video, peoples, and then give me your honest opinion. Now, in this video right here, peoples, to me, this is my honest opinion. Someone was trying to pull that person from the area, from that corner, for whoever was staged back there. Someone was trying to pull that person. That's my opinion. That's what I see. Now, I can't tell you who it was. All I can tell you that from my standpoint, someone was being dragged or being pulled from that particular area. Now you formulate your opinion whether you believe it's Kenneka or not, but that's what I see. Now let me go ahead and share the other videos that I got. We've already seen a picture of France Cave. Let me go back to my Yahoo Mail, and let's look at the other pictures or videos that was sent. Now, you develop your own narrative as to what you believe that is. I'm not going to be here to tell you, unequivocally and undeniably who that is or what that is or whatever. I can only tell you from my point of view, from my perspective, from what I see. And that's all that I can do. Okay, so now let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video. Let me share my screen. Now, keep in mind, peoples, all of the different areas of where this person was supposed to been commandeered or almost being commandeered or have been commandeered. Remember, one video we seen of the person being carried by the stairwell, because that person, in my opinion, was literally being carried. We seen another video of a person that was almost being commandeered, but didn't quite be commandeered. Got away. Now we're going to look at this video right here. Now, understand what I just said. One video, we see a person almost getting commandeered. The other video, we seen the person in the arms of someone else and not walking by the stairwell. And now in this video, let's see what this video shows, people.
That like some dude was behind her. Look, we gonna do it again. Look. She gonna step on the red line. Bang. Damn, I try to bang. Why is that? That like some dude was behind her. Look, we gonna do it again. Look. She gonna step on the red line. Bang. Damn, I try to bang. Why is that? That like some dude was behind her.
All right, people. So you saw this video, and the commentator had said, it looks like some dude is behind her. All right. So now we've seen the video of the person right here in the same hallway, right here, being carried. And then in this same video, the person says that it looks like some person is walking behind her. So she goes from being carried to someone walking behind her. Help me to make that make sense. I mean, what, the guy carried her and then all of a sudden let her down, and then he goes and walks behind her. Now, see, this is good right here, people. This is good. This is some good juicies right here, because we have two opposing videos and two totally different perspectives. Now, I don't proclaim to see anyone walking behind this person. But in the other video, I do stand 10 toes down in saying that whoever the person was being carried unequivocally and undeniably. I mean, I see that clearly with my own eyes. Now, you may see something different. Now, we have two opposing videos in the same area. Two opposing videos in the same area. So now let's ask the question. If the person was being carried, how could the person walk? Let's make that make sense. In the same area, if the person was being carried, how in God's name could the person walk? Somebody help me to make that make sense. The same area. I didn't say the same video. I said the same area. The same area. And so if you look at the video, I mean, in the video to where we saw the girl walking down and stumbling by the stairs and stuff, and then we see this video, it's almost like the same video. Let's look at that again, peoples, because I mean, it's almost looked like the same video being played out. Let's look at this, and then let's look at this. Down there by the stairs and staggering drunk like the people proclaimed and things, well then help me to make this make sense. This is her by the same stairs staggering drunk, and the guy says clearly like here,
Bang. Why is
see and look, see, from right here is where this person is. Right here. Right here. Same video footage right there. Same video footage. Because where this person is standing right here is where this person is standing right here in this video footage. So number one, where I have my cursor on, this is video A. Where it says Power DVD at the top. This is video A. And so the second one is video B, where it says exposing all of the cover-ups 2025. Peoples, if you look at the video and you look in the position where the person is, it is the same exact video. The same exact video. The same exact video, but see, the thing is different, is that this is a close-up shot. Whoever was playing this video back zoomed in on this particular area right here. Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, peoples. Um, we're going to do it this way. I got some clarity as to way that someone sees it a little different, and so I'm gonna try to explain it the way that it was explained to me, and then see if it makes sense to you. Okay, so in the first video, right here, we see that this person is being carried. And so what was explained to me that the person had carried the young lady and took her from behind the wall, took her from over here and behind the wall. And from behind the wall right here is where she had came from, because he had grabbed her, had carried her over by the stairs.
Footage they tried to clear up, footage they didn't want us to see. We exposed on all 2020.
Carried her by the stairs, as you can see, she's being carried and things. And then he came back and he came to the area right on adjacent from the stairs. And from the video right here, the second video, is where he had let her down and she was coming from behind and was coming. And was coming and walking down the hall of the establishment. So that's what was told to me. Now, all right, I want you guys to hold on to that because I got this video here, the very first one, but it's an extended version of this video. I got this video that Certified World Media had shown, but I have the extended version of it. And so let me see if I can go to my Facebook channel, because I have that video. I have that video. Let me go to my Facebook channel. Y'all hold on for a moment and let me see if I can find that video. Let me go to my Kenneka Jenkins chat room. So we're gonna walk this down, and we are going to get into the bottom of this. Y'all hold on for a moment, people. So I have to say happy birthday to someone. All right, people. So I just did let me go to my Kenneka Jenkins chat room. And we're going to look for that video. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Because I have that extended version of that video. So let me go to videos here. Let me go to media. Let me go to videos. Okay, media, videos. All right. So let's see here. Let's take a look at that one.
Right here. Look at the front of her head right there. His arm is around her. His head is up there. Look at people in the back right here. There's somebody in the back right here. He's right here. This is him right here. This is Kenneka bent over. Forward. Back legs. Feet dragging. Look at her shoes. Look how you got her. Look how you got her. In that hallway. See what happened when you look at all the glitches in the pictures, all the stuff. They tried to blend this picture and mix it with the kitchen. Yeah. Y'all said this girl did this shit on her own. Y'all said this death was ruled as accidental or something like that. I don't know, man. This shit been so long, man. We've been dealing with this crazy shit. I hate to talk like this, but yeah, I'm showing y'all the picture, man. That's her, right?
Now, peoples, this is the continuation of the video that I just shown you, because this is the picture that's adjacent to they're down there by the stairs. But this is the area to where you couldn't see where the guy was carrying her. But as you can see right here, let me show the video again. This is the other part of the video that I just shown you. This is the other part of the video that I've just shown you. Other part of the video that I just shown you of the guy carrying the person. Let's watch this again.
Right here. Look at the front of her head right there. His arm is around her. His head is up there. Look at people in the back right here. Somebody in the back right here. He's right here. This is him right here. This is Kenneka bent over. Forward. Back legs. Feet dragging. Look at her shoes. Look how you got her. Look how you got her. In that hallway.
And right there, as you can see, is where the stairwell is. See that little area right here? This little part right there? That's where the stairwell is. Y'all see that, right? Y'all hold on for one moment. Y'all hold on for one moment. All right. So now let me go and let me
see what happened when you look at all the glitches.
Let me show you this video right here. This was the same video that I've shown you of the person being grabbed and being pulled in. You can clearly see the person grabbing them by the waist, and the person pulled away. All right. So now let me go down. I got another video that is an extended version of the video that I just shown you. This is why, see, Facebook is trying to get rid of all of our videos. So I got to go up in here and I got to download all of these videos before they get rid of it, because they don't want it on their server no more for whatever reason. But it's okay, you know. All right, so here, let me do this. Okay, these are the videos. Let me go back to the pictures. And I think I probably have it in here. I hope I have that video in here. But I have the extended video. I have the extended video of the video that what Brazy had shown of the guy carrying, clear as daylight. See, this is what happens, people, when you collaborate and things and stuff, and you know, you go ahead and you take the information and you break it down. You know, me and Brazy, we have been politicking for quite some time and things. And see here it is right here. Okay, as you can see, this is the same. This is the same video picture. You can clearly see it right there. So let me show you right here. Okay, you see that? You see this video. You see her right here, and you see her right there. Now, let me go back to the beginning of this video right here. It is the same right there. Bingo. You see that? You see that? Look at the spacing in the legs. Look at the spacing in the legs. As you can clearly see. See that? Spacing in the legs. Look at the hair. Look at the thing. This is just a close-up shot of this right here. And you can clearly see the same silhouette right here. It's the same silhouette right there. I tell you, people, so I don't throw away nothing. I keep everything. Now, Brazy had told you from here in this video right here. Let's go back. Let's go back. It's at this point because right here it's the same right here. It's the same right here. Look at the spacing in the legs. Look at the spacing in the legs, and then you can clearly see the spacing in the legs right there. And they blended the person into her. She wasn't walking, people. She was carried. She was carried. You can clearly see it. Right here to right here to right there. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Y'all see that, right? I said bingo to the bingo peoples. You see that, right? You can clearly see it. See, it's amazing when you study the videos and pictures and stuff, the things that you can see. Now, let me go a little further because, see, I have an extension of this first video to what Brazy had said, exposing it all, the cover-up of 2025. I have the extended version of this video, and I have it in my Facebook. Now, let me see if I can find it. Okay. Now, here we go again. Here's the same picture video. Here's the same picture video for when it was stated that she had came back from the back area. Okay. Now, if we read the commentary right here, let's take a look at the commentary, what the people were saying. People were saying, here is the upside down cross I was talking about. You guys remember the upside down cross. The upside down cross was the guy in the black hoodie, the bald-headed guy in the black hoodie, the one who I told you had carried Kenneka. She was talking about this. Here is the upside down cross I was talking about. Say, here's the thing. Here's the thing. So listen, Kenneka family got together and mourned her death at the aunt's house. Supposedly she was a little cousin that's 5 years old that spent, that's 5 years old. They sent the girl to bed. Now, mind you, no one told this child Kenneka had passed away. Shortly after that, they sent her to bed. She woke up, came into the living room and said, Mommy, Nene was just talking to me. She's standing behind you, sticking her tongue out, putting two fingers behind your head, bunny ears. She told me to tell y'all to stop crying because every time y'all cry, she starts running. She said, tell her mama she fought that man off hard. She fought really hard and she will be back to tell the rest. I bullshit you not. This is coming from her auntie's child. You know, kids see ghosts, they don't see them as harm. Kids really aren't afraid. And then Tina Renee McBride said, "Thank you, Sherry Macklin. And you are correct. Stay blessed." So, did Sherry Macklin say anything? I didn't see anything that Sherry Macklin had said. Did you guys see anything that Sherry Macklin had said? Okay. Let's see. She said, okay, here's Sherry Macklin. "I pray harder than ever now, even blessings my house because I'm a person that's not scared of nothing much. And now I have to sleep with the lights on to have, I have to sleep with, wait. I pray harder than ever now, even blessing my house because I'm a person that's not scared of nothing too much. And now I have to sleep with my lights on, and my kids want to sleep in my room. This case is full of unwanted drama." And then Sherry Macklin said, "You be blessed, my dear." And then Kia Code said, "Yes, I know the feeling." Tina Renee McBride is quoting Ephesians 6. "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, against powers, principalities, against rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual witnesses in high places." And then Cheryl Rudolph said, "Because this situation is a spiritual realm, you have to look through your spiritual eye," which is what Edward Joseph always do. "The mom knows what's going on just like everyone else." Okay, so what is actually going on? Enlighten me, so please, maybe I can wake up my spiritual realm. And then Denisha Mosley said, looking. Sherry Jackson Macklin said, "All these people are pure evil. You have to look for subliminal signs. The floor she was on at the hotel and those gang signs throwing up the earrings the mom was wearing at the beginning of all of this. I could go on much detail, but we're being watched, and you have to be careful with what you say." Bobby B. Blow. Kiki ain't playing. That's true. And at this point right now, all y'all folks involved that night is a suspect to me. Nobody gets off the hook till this child's murder is solved. The devil don't care who he gets in to act out his plan. And that's all I will say about that for now. Exactly. You know what's up, Sherry Jackson Macklin. You see how your page went up acting when you said what you did to this manager. Come on, man. People need to wake the F up. Admin. Sherry Macklin still puzzled about that one, and I sure do. Cheryl. It's all good though. If I find this video with the video with the mom in it, I'm gonna share the link. Nisi, FB. That is the split in the pictures on the wall with the bottom border of the floor black that is reflecting on the picture. Laughing out loud. That's a reflection off the picture. The line is going down and the line across is the baseboard of the wall, shaking my head. Well, you see how people clearly is looking at this in different lenses. They see the same thing, but everybody is interpreting it differently. Okay, y'all see that, right? Uh, Heather Johnson, laugh line out. That's a reflection off the picture. The line is going down and the line across is the baseboard of the wall. Shaking my head. Sherry, yeah, it is, but she is saying that it shows a upside down cross. Demons show themselves through anything possible. And then I don't know if I'm going to go. Okay, no, let me see. No, this is going to go on and on and on. Okay, let's see. True, but it still is an upside down cross right there. It's a reflection I found law. Her family deserved justice. Picture also looks like she's wearing a hoodie. Well, there you have it. So somebody sees the black hoodie, the person in the black hoodie, which I kept saying over and over again. The guy in the black hoodie was the one who carried Kenneka. So each of these people are seeing something different and stuff, but even in the things that they see different, people are still pointing out certain factors in this picture that is so evident. And it still goes to what I was saying, that a guy in a black hoodie carried Kenneka. So even though all of these people are seeing different things, they still are speaking upon things that they see in this particular picture. All right, so now let's go back to the picture, peoples. And so again, here is the picture that coincides with what Brazy had shown us in succession. There it is right there. From there to there to there. Peoples, as you can clearly see. Okay. So is it making sense now, peoples? Is things coming a little bit clearer? Now, let me see if I can find that video, because I have that video. Now, what I want to show you guys is simply this right here. So you got PZ, what is it? PZ in Killer. So you got Killer walking the halls of that establishment, right? He's in there by himself. Okay, y'all see that, right? So, but right here in the same hall, the same exact hall, who do you see? It sure ain't Kenneka. So it's a girl who's playing Kenneka. You see that, right? See, so this is why I say I don't get to the degree that Kenneka was walking the halls of the establishment, because this is not Kenneka. Because if you ever looked at Kenneka, or the girl who you guys say is Kenneka, the body structure is different. The hair is different. If you go and compare this picture to the so-called picture of the person walking into the establishment versus the person who was walking over there by the elevator, by the stairs. So here, let me do this. I'm going to clip this and I'm going to show you what I'm saying, peoples, because I know what I'm saying. See, I've been a videographer, photographer for over 20 years. So I got an eye for this shit. I know what I'm saying, and I'll prove what I'm saying. You know, you guys may have an illusion or a conclusion that Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment. Okay, that's good. That's fine. That's what you say. But I see things differently. Do you understand what I'm saying? I see things differently. And see, the thing is right here in this picture, in this picture, it is the same hall. Because there's Killer walking down The fake Kenneka is literally right here at the beginning of this what black rectangle or whatever you call it. Okay, y'all see that, right? I'm going to take a picture of this and then I'm going to show you side by side. Because see, the thing is, peoples, we got to understand one important factor right here. And look at the time to when this person killer was supposed to be walking versus the person who the people proclaim as Kenneka was supposed to be walking. And how did they miss each other, peoples? See, you got to look at details. You got to look at details, peoples, because details matter. All right, so I'm going to clip this and I'm going to put this on my desktop and I'm going to say killer in the hallway. In the hallway. Okay. And so let me put it in my downloads. All right. Now let me go and let me call up this picture right here. And then let's look at the time, peoples. Let's look at the time to when killer was supposed to be walking a horse to when this girl was supposed to be walking a horse to where they said that Kenneka was supposed to have been walking the horse. See, peoples, this is how you can break this shit down, and this is how you can get clarity out of confusion, peoples. So when the people say, yeah, that was Kenneka here and there. Oh, really? Well, let's go back and let's look at the pictures and let's see if that was really Kenneka or a girl who played her in the halls, which is what I've been telling you guys forever and a day. And I've always stand 10 toes down with what I say, peoples. And I've always can prove everything that I say because, see, again, me being a videographer, me being a photographer, I got an eye for this shit. And I can always pinpoint and prove with certainty that of what they tried to show people and what they tried to convey. And I'll show you with certainty, peoples, there were several people who played Kenneka. You may not believe it. I don't care if you don't believe it. But you can't disprove me. You can't debunk me. Because I'm showing you the evidence right here, crystal clear in your face. It's in your face. So, let's put down fake Kenneka in the hallway. All right. So now, let's look at both of these pictures, peoples. Let's go back to... We're going to set these aside. We're going to put these videos right there. We're going to set them aside for a moment. And let's go back to my downloads, peoples. Now, let's look at both of these pictures, peoples, that I just screenshot. So I don't need that. I don't need that. And then let's go right here. Let's call up that one. And then let's call up this one. All right. And then we're going to call up the other ones because, see, you know, again, everybody keeps saying, yeah, Kenneka walked the halls of the establishment. Well, if she did, peoples, well, then you got to help me make it make sense. All right. So now let's look at this. Let's look at this, and then we're going to look at the narrative that they gave. Now, when we look at this, peoples, let me put these down. When we look at this, peoples, the same exact hallway, and then let's look at the time. 2:25 and 3:32. And what does that say, peoples? It says lower level, because LL means lower level. Stairs, hallway. Okay, y'all see that, right? And you can see the matching things right here because you see this partition right here on the wall. You see this partition right here on the wall right there. It matches. You see this little black thing right in the center, and you see the little black thing right in the center right here. it matches, right? Okay, so you see this little partition right there, and you see that little partition right there, it matches. Okay, so you see this little thing right here, and you see this little thing right here, it matches. But wait a minute, peoples, wait a minute. I want you to notice something here. And then you see this little thing on a wall right here, as well as you see that little thing on the wall right there. It matches. Now, I want you to notice something, peoples. I want you to notice something. I want you to notice that when you look at this picture, you can clearly see the little thing that is highlighted right here, whatever it is. As you can see, this little thing is highlighted right here, whatever it is, right? Y'all see that, right? Oh, okay. And I want you to see the little bench or whatever, counter or whatever that is right there. As you can see right there, right? You see that, right? And then as you can see right here, you can see this thing right here. It matches with this right here. See that, right? Okay, but as you can see, it says lower level stairs hallway 225, and then lower level stairs hallway at 332, right? I want you to notice something, and it's a big difference, peoples. And this is how they fool you into believing something. Now, you may think that these people were in this hallway at two different times. This girl was supposed to be in the hallway at 225:48. And then he is in the hallway at 332. Okay. Now, notice several big differences in this picture. Do you see it, peoples? Do you see it? I said, do you see it, peoples? Do anybody see it, peoples? It's just like the two pictures that Brazy had shown us, the two videos that Brazy had shown us, and the pictures that I have shown you that complements those videos, peoples. Now, do you see it? Okay, let me tell you, peoples. First and foremost, you have this girl right here in the hallway. That's supposed to be Kenneka Jenkins, right? That's what they said. But see, there is a big difference in this young lady that is walking the halls versus the young lady who had walked the halls. I supposedly walked the halls, as you guys say. You guys said she walked the halls. I'm still standing on the premise that she never did. Understand what I'm saying, peoples. And I'm going to show you because I'm going to do the comparison with the photos and things. Okay, notice one thing in this picture, in this picture. One, when this person, this young lady, or man, I don't know, whatever it is, and I just say this person in the hall, you see a red box around, right? You see a red box around, right? But is it really an authentic red box? Because if it was an authentic red box, people, you wouldn't see a silhouette of the red box right here and right here, as you can see. See how it extended? This is an extension of this right here. See how the red box is right here, and then look all the way down. It goes all the way down, 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 and then you can see the red box right there, and then the red box right there. Peoples, the red box was literally in position, meaning that they filtered this red box in this to make it seem like the red box was showing up on this girl. And it's not an original red box because you can see the reflection of that right here, clear as daylight, as you can see. See that? See? Nobody ever knew that. I knew that. You didn't know it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then too, let me tell you something, people. It's another thing. Look right here in this camera angle. You see the light on this fixture right here. But when you look at this right here, peoples, look right there. There's no light on. And then this is a lot wider and more rectangle. This is a lot longer and darker. Okay, so what are you saying? What I am saying, peoples, is that this photo right here is not authentic to the degree of what you're seeing. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See that? Clear as daylight, peoples. You can clearly see the difference. Look at the difference between that and look at the difference between that. See, this is crystal clear, and this has little ripples on the sides of it like that. You see that, right? Which is an indicator that it has been altered. The picture has been altered, peoples. This is not a true representation right here, but this is. That is really Killer walking the halls of that establishment. And he was walking the halls of that establishment at the supposed same time that the supposed Kenneka getting off the elevator. And so if we're going to go by time, people's time really matters. Time really matters. So in essence, if we was to say that this is actual factual and true, and this time is true, well then at the time to when the supposed Kenneka been walking the halls of this establishment, he was already in the same hall and whether she was supposed to have been at. Peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, at the time to when the supposed Kenneka Jenkins been walking the halls, he was already in the same hall to where she was supposed to have been in. And if she was supposed to have been in the halls at the same time of where he was supposed to be in the halls, well, then they would have saw each other, peoples. But they didn't see each other because, again, as I stated before, it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka. Because I can show you another picture of the supposed Kenneka being in the same hall at the same time that Killer is really in the hall. And that totally debunks the people when they say Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. See, what you think you know, you don't know. And if we were to go by the time, well, then if the time is true and accurate, and if you deem it true and accurate, well, then there is no way that Kenneka Jenkins could have been in that hallway at the time to when these kids were in the hallway. Couldn't have happened at that time. And if it didn't happen at that time, well, then everything in this case is off. Do you understand what I'm saying? It couldn't have happened at the time to when they proclaimed it happened. And with that being said, peoples, there is no possible way Kenneka could have been in the halls at the time to when they stated she was in the halls. So which goes on to what I was saying, peoples. You can't put someone in where they never been. And so what are you saying, Edward Joseph? Well, what I'm saying is this shit was doctored up. It was superimposed. Which is basically stating, peoples, the video, the pictures, it's bullshit. She was never in the halls, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins was never in the halls. which let me go back and let me show you. This couldn't have been Kenneka. In this video, and in this picture, you have to decide. You have to decide whether this is the real Kenneka. And if it's the real Kenneka, well, then I have questions behind what's being shown in this video and in this video and in this picture. And then I have questions as to who that was actually walking the halls of that establishment, and how all of this stuff could have happened. Because if Kenneka was carried, or she was carried from this side and was let go, and she was walking down the halls, well, then when I showed the extension of this video that Brazy have shown, I need you guys to help me to make it make sense, because in that video, the girl was never let go from the guy's grasp. The guy carried her from this area, and he carried her out of this area, because there is a door that extends on the side of where the stairway is, and the guy literally carried her out from that area. She was never walking back down the halls. I kid you not. I promise you. I swear to myself, not to God. I promise to God, but I swear to myself, peoples. And I'm going to find that video, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to find that video. I'm going to show you. And I stand 10 toes down on that. Now, I get it. I get it. We thought that was Kenneka being carried and then let go. But no, that's not the case, peoples. It's not the case, because I got the video. And I'm going to show you the video. And I'm going to show you how they merged all of this stuff together to make it seem like this girl walked the halls of that establishment when Kenneka Jenkins never did. I've always stated that. Now, I know that goes against many of you narratives, and I know that many of you say, oh, no, you full of fluff, you full of bluff, Edward Joseph. No, when did you know Edward Joseph ever to be full of fluff and bluff? Peoples, I always stand 10 toes down with what I believe. And I've shown you unequivocally and undeniably. And I show you that there were different people who played Kenneka. Now, you don't have to believe me, but I tell you, I'm going to show you unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I stand 10 toes down upon that. And I've been saying that forever and a day. And I'm going to go further and show you how they manipulated these videos and these pictures. Peoples, it ain't the same girl in the hallway. I've just shown you right now the difference in between the two pictures. One is real and one is doctored up with a girl who's supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment. And she never did. I just shown you, peoples. Some things just doesn't lie, peoples. It doesn't lie. And see, the thing is, you don't have to believe me, but I'm just showing you the proof right here. It's in your face. And if you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. but there were several girls who played Kenneka. Kenneka cannot be commandeered and let go and then be commandeered. And let go and be commandeered. It doesn't work that way, peoples. You gotta stick with one narrative. Either she got commandeered or she didn't. And whoever that was walking the halls of that establishment, damn it, it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. God damn it, I stand 10 toes down up on that shit. And I've been telling you guys forever and a day. And I'm going to continue to keep proving to you that it wasn't Kenneka. Now I'm going to walk this shit down the way that I do it. I've shown you. That was good for what Brazy have shown, but it wasn't Kenneka. It wasn't Kenneka. Let me say that again, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka. Not the Kenneka that we know. Not the Kenneka Jenkins that we know, peoples. It wasn't Kenneka. I hope I can get that through many of you guys' mind. It wasn't Kenneka. I just shown you right here, clear as daylight, the same exact hall. And look what they did. They falsified the picture, peoples. They falsified the picture. This girl and this girl is not the same girl. It's not the same girl. This girl is not the same person that was walking inside the establishment. This girl is not the same person that walked inside the kitchen. I've shown you guys that many times over. And if you look, peoples, look in Killer's picture, peoples, in Killer's picture, you can clearly see the light fixture right there, clear as daylight. But in this picture, the same angle, the same exact angle, peoples. Because look, what you can see is you see the little line right there. And then in this picture, you see the little line right there. It matches, peoples. It matches. Hello? Hello? God damn it. Look at this right here, peoples. It matches. The same spacing. The same spacing. The same thing right here with that little thing right there sticking out. It's the same thing right here with the little thing sticking out. It's the same goddamn hall, peoples. But the difference is this right here. You can clearly see the light, and you can't see the light. And then you see the ripples around this right here. This is dark and it looks different. This is a little bit more rectangle and it's lit. This is not. This is black and it's dark and it's skinnier and it's long, but it is the same goddamn exact angle in this hallway, peoples. So how in the fuck can you go from a lit thing like this to a darkened thing like this? And even when you look at the line, peoples, the line was makeshift. The line was placed there. He's in the same goddamn hallway. There is no line. Oh, but you say, oh, well, he's further down, peoples. If you look where the line is to where he is, and you matches that up, that line still would have caught his foot. And it still would have blinked. Do you understand what I'm saying? It wouldn't have still blinked because from the distance to where he is and his foot, it's the same distance right here. And look, peoples, the thing right here and the thing right here, this is not lit, but this is the same goddamn angle. How in God's name could this be lit and this not in the same angle, but this doesn't even reflect the same height, width as this right here? Why? Why is that, peoples? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that, peoples? Now, I'm going to prove to you unequivocally and undeniably that this is not Kenneka walking the halls. I'm going to show you the extension of this video of when the person that was carrying the person. I got the video, but I had to show you this, peoples, because I had to show you the difference in between the two, as you can clearly see. Okay. All right. So let's go further, people. So let me go, and I'm going to go to Facebook so I can clearly show you and to continue to keep proving my point. Because, see, I don't understand why you guys continue to keep thinking Kenneka walked the halls of that establishment when, in my earnest, humblest, and sincere opinion, she never did. Because if you can compare these pictures here with the picture of the young lady in the bathroom with Shemaya and Monifa, that girl is a lot thinner than these people here. These people are thick. That girl in the bathroom was thin. Even the attire, the jackets, and pants, it doesn't match, peoples. It doesn't match. And I've been showing you guys that for years, but shit, you guys been discounting that. How in the fuck can you discount that? How many goddamn times have Kenneka come and show you different outfits that she was supposed to have been wearing that night? Help me to make that make sense. I don't give two rats asses about Franz Convey, about the beverage manager, about the maintenance guy, about Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, Irene, or whoever the fuck else in the goddamn establishment. Help me to make this make fucking sense. You got all of these goddamn different pictures of Kenneka, and you guys is clearly telling me, yeah, this Kenneka, that's Kenneka, this Kenneka, that's Kenneka. How in the fuck could everybody be Kenneka? And how could Kenneka be in Irene's live, TY's live, walking the halls of that establishment, being commandeered by Franz Cave, being commandeered by the gangsters, being carried by the guy in the black hoodie, and then being in a goddamn freezer at a certain time. But yet she was supposed to be walking herself into the kitchen, into a freezer. And if we go and we look at the location in the hotel, peoples, we look at the lower level, and then we look at the level to where she was supposed to be walking into the kitchen. That's on the goddamn first level, peoples. It's on the first goddamn level. If she's on a fucking lower level, how in the fuck did she get to the goddamn upper level without first taking the elevator? Because the only elevator she could have took that got to that particular area of the kitchen was the freight elevator. Because the service elevator, peoples, she had to walk by the front desk, and she would had to have the code or a key or something to be able to have access to that particular area. But let me surmise to you peoples that the service elevator doesn't take you to that particular kitchen. The only way that you can get to that kitchen is you go past the front desk. You go down the hallway where you had seen TM and Lenore come out of the ballroom. That is the only way that you're going to get to that upper level kitchen where the supposed Kenneka Jenkins had walked herself into that kitchen. You only got two ways. You got that way and you got the other way to where you come from downstairs to the upper level and into the kitchen. Because right there, you come out straight from the dock area, peoples. Or you walk up the stairs. That is the only way. There's only two ways, peoples. Two ways. That's it. It ain't no other way. God damn it. What the fuck are you guys looking at? It's no other way. So if that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment, well then God damn it, you're saying to me, Edward Joseph, fuck, that was Kenneka walking her ass inside the goddamn freezer. And that clearly wasn't her. It clearly wasn't her, peoples. Let me prove my stance. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello said, what's up, bro, Ed, and everybody in the chat? Peoples, let me go back and let me prove my stance. Because I got the goddamn case files right here. And the case files clearly show you right here, peoples. Let me go back to the case files right here. Kenneka Jenkins' original case files. Let me go back to the goddamn pictures, peoples, the images. All right. I got some clear ones, but I'm going to show you these. Okay, so now let's look at this, peoples. Let's look at this area right here. This is the kitchen in which the supposed Kenneka had walked herself into that kitchen. Am I sharing my screen? Because I see the same picture that's showing up. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Let me share my screen. But to prove to you peoples, once and for all, and I hope we can put this shit behind us, and you guys quit telling me, goddammit, that Kenneka walked herself into that fucking hallway, because it couldn't have happened. Couldn't have happened. Now, this is the goddamn kitchen, peoples, right here. There you see the camera. It ain't no other way to get to this kitchen, because right here is the stairs. Right here is the partition that ends. Inside here, you have another little area to where it's a part of this kitchen. It's where they wash the dishes and things. You guys see that, right? It ain't no other way to get to the goddamn kitchen from here other than the stairs right there. The only way to get to this kitchen, peoples, is you got the freight elevator right there. The dock area is adjacent on the freight elevator right here, which is the main dock, which is what they said in the beginning, that Kenneka Jenkins was found in the rear in the dock by the dock area. This is the rear by the dock area. This is the main level, peoples. This is the main level. Adjacent to this is where the caddy shack is, peoples. But see, they didn't want to show you all of that because they just wanted to show you just one part of the area that is on the goddamn main level. But yet, what did Andrew Holmes say? Baby girl was found on the lower level. Every time he spoke, he kept saying the lower level. But in the goddamn pictures, they're showing you the main level. So how in the fuck could Kenneka get from the goddamn lower level to the main level? When they're showing you in the picture right here, she was supposed to be in the lower level. Lower level peoples. That's what the LL is. Lower level. Not the fucking main level. Roaming the halls of the lower level. Killer on the lower level. Lower level peoples. Not the main level peoples. So if Kenneka got commandeered on the lower level, how in the fuck did she walk herself in the main level kitchen? I want you to think about that. That's not a trick question, peoples. That is a serious question. God damn it, if Kenneka got commandeered, if anybody literally got Kenneka, how in the fuck did she walk in the upper level kitchen in a goddamn freezer? Let's look what this says right here, peoples. Let me share my screen. It is impossible, absolutely, unequivocally, and undeniably impossible for this girl to be goddamn it commandeered and to walk her ass into a upper level kitchen. Because right here it says Rosemont Public Safety Department peoples. What does it say right here? It says main level. 9/9/2027 at 12:33. 4 black male subject entered the hotel. 9/9/2017 at 12:52. Same 3 black male subjects exit the hotel at 1:04. Same 3 black male subject re-enter the hotel. 1:06. 3 black female subject entering through the West Hall. 3 female blacks. Okay. 1:11. Same 3 black subjects enter the lobby through the North Hall and exit hotel. 1:14, which is supposed to be the time to when the supposed Kenneka came in, because according to the video footage, she came in at 1:13, right? 1 black female with a white jacket enters lobby from South Hall, then immediately heads towards the South Hall again. 1:14. Kenneka is accompanied by 3 other females. So the video says 1:13 she's coming in. Now they're saying Kenneka came in with 3 other girls. Okay. 1:18. 1 female and 1 black male enter hotel and heads towards South Hall. 1:18. Main lobby, still upper level. 3 females and 1 black male enters lobby from South Hall. The male subject exit the hotel and female subject approach your front desk. 1:19. The 3 female subjects split up. 1 head towards North Hall, 2 head towards South Hall. Okay, so where's Kenneka? Because see, they stopped mentioning Kenneka. The only time that they mentioned Kenneka peoples was she was by the food court hall at 114, but never mentioned Kenneka again until right here. 332, victim enters area walking on her own by herself. She head towards freezer area within seconds of entering the camera. Okay, so what does that say, peoples? It says that Kenneka entered the kitchen at 332, right? On the main level. But what did the picture say right here? It says that at 332, Killer is down on the lower level, roaming the halls at the same time that the supposed Kenneka was supposed to had been up on up on the main level, walking into the kitchen. There it is right there, peoples. It says 332 right there. And then there you see Killer. And then it says 332 right there. And it says that the victim, Kenneka, enters the kitchen area walking on her own by herself as she heads towards the freezer area within seconds of entering the camera. All right, so help me to make this make some goddamn sense, peoples. Because you got right here, peoples, Killer is on the lower level at 332. You see that right there. 332 on 9/9/2017. 9/9/2017, as you see right here, Kenneka, because they said the victim, is walking into the kitchen towards the freezer. Now, my question is simply this, peoples. If Kenneka was walking in the goddamn kitchen at 332 by herself and enter into the freezer, how in the fuck could anybody had commandeered Kenneka? How in the fuck can anybody commandeer Kenneka? How in the fuck could anybody carry Kenneka? How in the fuck could anybody grab Kenneka? How? You got the case file saying that at 332, Kenneka was walking herself into the kitchen. But at 332, you got Killer down on the lower level, walking where this girl, the supposed Kenneka, had walked at 225. 225. Supposed to be in the same area. So my question is, from 225 to 325, where in the fuck was she for a whole goddamn hour? Because it was stated that she was walking around for a whole goddamn hour. So if she was walking around for a whole goddamn hour, where in the fuck was France Convey? Where in the fuck was the beverage manager? Where in the fuck was the kids? Where in the fuck was anybody for a whole goddamn hour? Where in the fuck was she for a whole goddamn hour? Because she was supposed to be on the lower level for a whole goddamn hour roaming around, and you guys telling me that these people is here trying to get this girl? And then an hour later, she just magically appears upstairs on the main level. walking the halls of the fucking establishment? Really, peoples? How? How? How could that happen, peoples? How could that happen? Now, see, I get it. You guys got your narratives and things and stuff. You guys got your narrative. I get it. But your narratives don't fucking line up with what they have in the case files. So who do I believe? Do I believe you in the videos and the pictures that you have given? Or do I believe the people who had put this case files together? Or do I believe what's in my goddamn face? When I see two different people on the same goddamn lower level, but at two different times. And then when I go further, because I can show you further, peoples, that it couldn't have happened in the manner to which you guys are trying to tell me it happened. And then this could not have happened in the manner to which they're trying to show me it happened. Because the thing is simply this. Time is of the essence, peoples. And it wasn't enough fucking time to go ahead and commandeer this girl, put her ass in a freezer, and then act out all of this other shit. And the person who they're proclaiming to be her doesn't even look like the girl in the goddamn freezer. Doesn't even look like the girl on the goddamn gurney. Doesn't even look like the girl who was in the bathroom with Shemaya and Monifa. And it definitely doesn't look like the girl who walked into the establishment with Shemaya and Monifa and Bree Bree. So help me to make that make fucking sense, peoples. I get it. I hear what you're saying. But what you're saying doesn't line up with what is being shown. And it doesn't line up with the timeline of what they given. Because again, peoples, I have already shown you right here, clear as daylight. The only times that they had mentioned Kenneka was right here at the time to when they were supposed to have walked into the establishment. From there, you never seen any mention of Kenneka. That's it. That's it. This is the timeline right here. And this is the only other reference is when they said that at 3:32, the victim enters the kitchen walking on her own by herself. That's what they said. That's what they said. So justify, rectify, amplify, correct, analyze what they said. It make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. How in God's name could the young lady that we see in the hallway be Kenneka? And none of that shit doesn't even line up or match up with even this timeline that they gave you. And this came from Rosemont Public Safety Department. It doesn't match up with what France Cave had did. It doesn't match up with what the bank manager had did. It doesn't match up with the housekeeper had did. You remember the black guy? It doesn't match up with what Monifa and Shemaya was doing when they were in the hallway. It doesn't match up when the white guy who was proclaiming to be a girl was doing when she was running all around the establishment. And it doesn't match up what Killer was doing when he was roaming the halls of that establishment. You got too many goddamn variable people that you got to account for. within a very, very, very short period of time. And see, I can go step by step by step, peoples. I can go step by step by step, and I can show you unequivocally and undeniably, which I have been doing all of this goddamn time. That's why I never changed my narrative. When I saw what I saw, I didn't change my narrative. I've been saying this shit for so many years. Now, many of you come and you tell me this is Kenneka. Okay, I don't argue, I listen. And then I go back and I compare that of what I'm seeing, that of what they said, that of what the narratives and the rhetoric was, that of what we were shown with France Cave and things. And when I look at it and I compare the time frames when France Cave, the pictures that Brazy had shown me, France Cave in the hallway with a busted nose and stuff, and he had some tissue, with this right here, peoples. With the picture that I just shown you right here. They ain't ever mentioned anything about France Cave. They ain't never mentioned anything about the maintenance man, the beverage manager. They ain't never mentioned anything about the housekeeper. They ain't never mentioned nothing about nobody. And so these times, if you look at this compared to the videos that we see, France Cave, the beverage manager, the housekeeper, the black guy, the white guy who was running around with the ponytail trying to proclaim that he's a black guy, none of these timelines matches when they were in the hallways in the video roaming around doing their thing. Go back and you do your research, and then you come back and you show me. You show me, because I can tell you, I've already seen it. That shit doesn't match up. And if it doesn't match up, well, then how can I take for law of what you're telling me, and I'm seeing the shit for myself? And I'm seeing different people who played Kenneka. God damn it, you can't tell me there is many ways to get to that goddamn kitchen. It ain't but 2 ways. No, actually 3. One, the freight elevator. One coming from the front end of the lobby where TM and Lenore was in the ballroom. And then the other by the stairs, because at the end of the stairs, that is a dead end, peoples. And it's the only way that you can get to there. Well, actually 4, because you can get there. Where the freight elevator is where the dock area is. Okay, so let's look at this picture. In the kitchen, you have the partition right here. You can't get that. There's no other way. You can't get from that side, period. So the only way that you get from the stairs right here, from the freight elevator right there, from the dock area, which is adjacent to this freight elevator, and then down this hall, which is where you're coming in from by the front lobby. That's the only ways that you can get to this kitchen, the main level kitchen. The only ways. It ain't no other way. And down the hall by the dock area is where the caddy shack is, because that is the rear of the building, peoples. And you remember TM said my daughter was found in the dock area near the caddy shack. That's what TM said. And then they changed it to she being found in the freezer. But that was what was said in the beginning. Not what was said in the beginning. That she was found in the rear by the dock area. But then they changed it. So my question becomes, people, when and how in the fuck did Kenneka get to the freezer? When and how? You can't put her in there. You guys want to tell me France Kabe did it? That Kenneka walked herself in the kitchen and she met up with France Kabe and she had an encounter with France Kabe and France Kabe slammed her to the floor and they put her in the freezer. People, if they put Kenneka in the freezer, she wouldn't have lasted long. She couldn't have been in a freezer for too long because she would have been going into hypothermia. Probably a good 15 to 20 minutes, her body temperature would have rapidly declined. And she would have suffocated because there is no way that you're going to be in an enclosed freezer and it's turned on. No way out. Whether the freezer is on or whether the freezer is off, she would have suffered hypothermia within a 30-minute window, peoples. 30-minute window. Because when you are in an enclosed environment like that, the oxygen depletes. And the more that you exhale, you are expelling CO2 carbons from your body. And so if you're not getting fresh air coming in, all you're getting is regurgitated air. And it will be toxic, peoples. See, it's just like wearing a face mask. With a face mask, you're breathing in that carbon dioxide that you're expelling from your body. But you still have fresh air coming in because the mask is only just a covering. It's just a filter. So it filters out the air. And not a lot of fresh air come in, but it is so to where it is tolerable because not all of that carbon dioxide is going to make you pass out. Because had the mask been enclosed to where you couldn't get no fresh air coming in, you would die wearing a mask. You'd die wearing a mask. So that's why they make the mask to where it filters out to where you can still breathe. You're still breathing your hot air, but it's not to the degree to whereas you're totally breathing in all of that carbon dioxide, because every time you breathe out, that air is being pushed out through that mask. You couldn't live breathing your own hot air, people. You have to have fresh air because after a while, your own breath is toxic to your body. And if you are in an enclosed environment and you're breathing, you only have a certain amount of time before the fresh oxygen that was in that enclosed area be depleted. And you will die of hypothermia because one, it will be either extremely too cold or extremely too hot. You remember what Lenore and Andrew Holmes said, it was hot as hell in the freezer. See, people, this is why I say, God damn it, you got to use science. You got to apply science. Science is your biggest friend. And if you don't apply science, you can just believe any goddamn thing and think and call it law. People, I work in the bio industry. And there's no way that we can be able to survive in an enclosed environment such as a freezer, almost similar in nature, because we freeze biochemicals. They freeze food. The same principles are applied. It is a freezer. It is a cooler. And anybody in a working freezer or a working cooler is not going to last too long, because it's just like being in the middle of the ocean. You dive in the ocean, that ocean is so frigid cold. You will die of hypothermia within 20 minutes top. It's just like the people who had been in that plane crash, and if they were alive, they were still submerged in the water, and they wouldn't have survived too long, peoples, because over there in Washington, D.C., in that water, it is frigid cold, and those people would have died of hypothermia. It's just like the Hudson River. When the plane went down, and the pilot brought the plane down, those people had to be on the wings of the plane because they couldn't sit in the water, because they would have died of hypothermia, peoples. So whenever you talk to me, you have to apply logic that makes sense. You can't just give me any type of bullshit and madness and thinking that I am going to believe everything you say. And everything you see is not actually what it is, just like I have shown you, peoples. So now let's break it down, peoples. Let's break it down, peoples. Again, I'm getting ready to show you how it couldn't have been Kenneka, how it wasn't Kenneka, and then the narratives that you guys come up with is plausible, but it's not applicable. And the reason why it's not applicable, people, is because time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. The only way that Kenneka could have been alive is that they had her not in a freezer, but in a room. So the narrative and the theory that they tried to push out there is that she walked herself in a freezer. But if she never walked herself in the freezer, peoples, and she was commandeered, she couldn't have been in a freezer setting, and she couldn't have been in no freezer for any length of time. She would have died. Whether the freezer was on or whether the freezer was off, she wouldn't have lasted no more than 30 minutes in that freezer. So I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. So to challenge my theory, peoples, you can do the research your own self. You can look at the dimensions of the freezer, and you look at the temperatures of what it was when they proclaimed that the freezer or the refrigerator was on. But it was a freezer, so the freezer wasn't going to be. It's a freezer, peoples. So if a freezer is on, well, then the freezer does what the freezer does. It freezes, right? So if the freezer is on and it's freezing, peoples, well, then there is no possible way, peoples, if the freezer was on, that she could have survived in a turned on freezer or a turned off freezer. Because just like what Andrew Holmes and Lenore said, it was hot as hell in there. So if the freezer was off, it would have been hot as hell. She would have died. If the freezer was on, it would have been too cold. Her body temperature would have dropped. She would have died. So either way, the scenario is if she was placed in the freezer for any good length of time, she would have died. It ain't no way around that. She would have died. And it wouldn't have taken long for her to exhaust any type of oxygen in that freezer. She would have died either way from hypothermia, whether it had been by heat or whether it had been by cold. So that dispels the myth that Kenneka was left in that freezer for any length of time alive, because she would have died. Okay? So we've already dispelled that myth, peoples, that Kenneka wasn't left in that freezer for any length of time. Couldn't have been. She would have died. Science is up against that. And you don't have to agree with me. I know what I'm talking about because I've done my research. I know what I'm talking about because I work for a biopharmaceutical company. And they tell you in the training how much time that you have if you was to be locked in this freezer. So I have science and medical history that even backs me up with what I am saying. You do your own research and you'll come up with the same conclusion. So that dispels the myth that Kenneka could have ever been in that freezer for any length of time alive while the freezer is on or whether the freezer is off. She wouldn't have lasted that long, peoples. All right. So if that be the case, then if Kenneka was alive, where was she? Well, she was certainly not in the freezer. I can tell you that. And so wherever she was, she didn't die immediately. But at the time to when they placed her body in that freezer, she just not have long died. So whether you believe Kenneka died on the 9th or the early morning hours of the 10th, that's nor here or there. Because at the end of the day, peoples, she was placed in that freezer, whether you like it or not. So it goes against the narrative that she walked herself in that freezer. She was placed in there. Okay? She was placed in there. Now, since we got beyond that, people, it's because science is up against you. If you have any other narrative, it ain't going to stand because science is up against you on that. She wouldn't have been able to survive. So now, the next theory is this. Where was Kenneka? If that didn't happen, then where was Kenneka? That's a good goddamn question. Where could Kenneka have been? And how long was she alive before they unalived her? That's the question that I ask. Hello, Gwendolyn Thomas. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Now, you say leave Kenneka alone. It's been years. Well, I'm not leaving it alone. I mean, I'll give you opportunity to come up and speak your piece and you tell us what you think happened to Kenneka. Because if you go along with what T. Slay say and Kenneka has never been at the establishment, well, goddamn it, you must be so fucking crazy. Because if the Crown Plaza go through all of this and staging and putting on all of these people saying that she was there, they got in the reports that she was there. The mama said that she was there. The kids said that she was there. Everybody said that she was there. How in the fuck could T. Slay say to the people that she was never there? She don't have no fucking proof. She have absolutely no proof whatsoever. She has no proof that Shemaya, Monifa, Brevery, Irene has ever been at the Marriott. Show some goddamn proof. You know, stop flopping the goddamn gums and show some goddamn proof. Don't come over here and tell me that I need to stop talking about this when your ass can't even show no goddamn proof. You can't show me shit. You can't tell me a fucking thing of what happened to Kenneka because your ass is sitting over there listening to a goddamn little mouse rant and rave about Kenneka ain't never been to the Crown Plaza. How in the fuck can she tell us that Kenneka never been to the Crown Plaza when every goddamn body, the medical examiner, the establishment, the mama, the attorney, the kids, every goddamn body said that she was at the Crown Plaza? How in the fuck could anybody believe a little rat that goes squeaky with the little voice? Oh, well, I'm just telling you, Kenneka never made it to the Crown Plaza. Well, if she never made it to the Crown Plaza, who in the fuck did they take out of the freezer? Who in the fuck did they put on the gurney? Who in the fuck did they take down to the medical examiner's office in the hospital? Who in the fuck did they have the autopsy for? You know, that's stinking thinking. And see, the thing is, you suckers, y'all can all the time sit and open up your goddamn mouths and say, oh yeah, well, Kenneka this, Kenneka that. But when you try to break this shit down like I am doing, and I'm showing you, you ain't got shit to say because you can't show shit, because you don't know shit. So now, don't fucking come up in here and tell me what the fuck I can do on my own goddamn live. I'm trying to be nice. Now, either your ass is going to come on here and explain to all of the lovely people out there what you feel happened to Kenneka and show some proof to whatever degree that you can, or you just sit your little black ass down and shut the fuck up and watch what I'm doing. Is that all right, ma'am? All right, peoples. Now, since we have already covered that Kenneka could not have survived in that freezer for any great length of time, the question becomes, where was Kenneka and when did she die? Now, we can examine every conceivable narrative. If we say that Franz Kabe had commandeered Kenneka, well, then if Franz Kabe commandeered Kenneka, how in the fuck did she get carried? Did Franz Kabe carry Kenneka in the goddamn freezer? Because when we look at the pictures, peoples, the pictures indicates that Kenneka was carried. The pictures shows she was carried. It shows she was carried, peoples. It doesn't matter how you look at it. The pictures clearly shows peoples that Kenneka Jenkins was carried. Okay. Look at her legs, peoples. Look at her legs. This leg is swooped down. This leg is hovering over the other leg. And the way her arm is, peoples, is that, and let's look at a different picture. And let's go back. Let's look at a different picture. Now, she being carried, the person would have had her right arm up against his chest, which she had her right arm in her hand up. So her hand wasn't flailing down. Her hand wasn't wrapped around his body. She was in a position to whereas, no, you can carry me, but I'm not going to be in a position to where I am going to turn my body close to you. So this is a defensive pose, peoples, because if you envision a person carrying her and the way that her legs is propped up, he had his hand and arm under her legs. And the way that she has her arm, she was turned from him and not embraced to him. Because normally when you carry somebody, the person have their arms around them or they have their arms down. She had her hand in a position to where she was facing against him, away from him. See that? Let me show you, peoples. See, nobody thought about that. Everybody had to, oh, well, yeah, they positioned her in the freezer and all like this. No, peoples. No, peoples. If you look at the goddamn pictures, look at what they're showing you here. See? Her whole forearm is up by her face. Now, this was staged, but the way that she had her body turned, her whole side of her arm was up against the guy's chest. So it was like, no, yes, I'm being carried, but no, I am not going to compose my body into you. I'm going to compose my body away from you. Okay, y'all see that, right? You can clearly see it. Clearly see it in the picture. Just envision somebody carrying this girl. Her arm is not down by her side. Her arm is pent up in a defense mode, meaning that the way she was carried, did not want to lean into that person. Now, her other arm is like she was grabbing the person's wrist, as you can see, because her hands is kind of clasped as if she was grabbing somebody's wrist and holding on to that person's wrist as she was literally turned away from the person. Now, many people think that this stuff on her fingers was a plastic bag. It wasn't a plastic bag, peoples. It was just the plastic that was burnt in the freezer. As you can see, the little particles of plastic that was burnt in the freezer, because you can see the plastic that is under her. And then you can see the plastic that is around her. The same type of plastic. You see that right there. You see the melted plastic right there. You see the melted plastic right there. That is what's on her thumb. We thought that she was in a plastic bag and that she punctured the bag. No, peoples, that wasn't the case. Because if you look in the freezer, you will see the same pieces of plastic that was burnt that had flew up. And that piece happened to land up on her thumbnail. She was never in a plastic bag being transported nowhere, peoples. Let me say that again. This piece of plastic that is on Kenneka's thumb is not a plastic to where she would have pierced the plastic bag, because had she pierced the plastic bag, peoples, then you would have had a different type of look on her thumb. Because if she was piercing into the plastic bag, you would have had a long stretch of plastic that would have covered her thumb. That plastic wouldn't have broken in this manner as you see it. Plastic doesn't rip like that, peoples. You go and take a hefty plastic bag and then you go and try to puncture it with your thumb, and then you will see the plastic is not going to rip in the manner to which we see here, peoples. I did that experiment many times, and there's no way that a piece of plastic could have been punctured off a plastic bag. It's no way, peoples. Absolutely no way. No way. You can do that science experiment yourself, and you come up with the same conclusion. And so if you look in the freezer, peoples, and you look around the body, you will clearly see the plastic right there. And when you burn plastic, which I did, there is strips of plastic that will fly up in the air because the plastic is melting. And there you see the remnants of different plastic right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. And if you look closely at that piece of plastic, the burnt plastic, it has the same characteristics as the plastic that is on her thumb right there. You see that, right? Let's look at that, peoples. See that? Same characteristics. And then I want you to notice another thing, peoples. Nobody really noticed. There's a piece of that plastic right there. Right there up on the freezer wall. See that? See the same characteristics right there? See that right there? But look at the freezer wall right here. Burnt piece of plastic right there on the wall. As you can see. Now that's indicative of the fact, peoples, that if France Cabe had did something to Kenneka and put Kenneka in there, well, is France Cabe up in there burning plastic? Is he? See all that burnt plastic right there, peoples? So did Prince Cabe put did he take the pictures? Did he put the hair over her face? Did he? Did Prince Cabe go on and stage Kenneka's body in here? Because see, there's the burnt black plastic right there, peoples. There it is right there, burnt plastic. And then there's pieces of it right there and right there, peoples. Did Prince Cabe kill Kenneka and put Kenneka in the freezer? Because as you can see right here, peoples, let's look. See, there is pieces of the flooring. This is the floor. This is the chip. And look at little pieces of how she fought, peoples. See that? See the little scratches right there? See the little scratches right there on her knuckle? Look at the bruising on her knuckles and stuff. She fought. See little pieces of the flooring in the kitchen, in the freezer, had adhered to her finger. And then look at the time, peoples. Look at the time. Okay, this is the 12 o'clock hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so we're coming to the 3 o'clock hour, peoples. Coming to the 3 o'clock hour. Well, actually, it's beyond the 3 o'clock hours. It's about her watch stopped at about the 3:15 hour. That's what time the watch stopped. Because if you look at it, this is the second hand. This is the seconds. This ticks tick, 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 and it goes all the way around, right? Y'all see that, right? But you can see both of the hands are together, which indicate that it is at 3:15 or 3:17 because the big hand is right here. 3:17 in whatever time. So whatever time it was 3:17 right here is when this watch stopped. So if the watch stopped at 3:17, well then what happened? I mean, there it is right there. People, it's in your face. It's right there. You can see the seconds right here. The little hand is aligned with the big hand right here. You see that, right? Because see, on a watch, you have three different hands. You have one long hand, which spins around and gives you the minutes. You know, it's the big hand. The little hand shows you the hour. And then this long hand right here shows you the seconds. Tick, 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 tick. I have a watch on, peoples, and I'm looking at my watch. The big hand all the time shows you the minutes. The little hand shows you the hour. So it's the third hour and it's the 17 minute because right here it's 12 o'clock hour, 5, 10, 15. And then two spaces after that is 17. And both the little hand and the long hand is together. So it was 3:17 is when Kenneka watch stopped. 3:17. There it is right there. Clear as daylight in your face, peoples. 3:17. Her watch stopped. So we know that Kenneka wasn't in no freezer for no 24 hours, peoples. We know that. And so the question is, can the watch give us any understanding as to the time of death? Well, maybe not, but it does reference something so significant. That watch stopped at 3:17. That's undeniable. You can look at it, peoples. You can look at the watch. The watch doesn't lie. The watch stopped at 3:17. I said the watch stopped at 3:17. There it is. It's in your face. See that? 3:17, peoples. Because there is the long hand that counts the seconds. And then both the short hand and the long hand that counts the hour and the minutes are both adjoined together. And it's at the 3:17 hour. That's what time her watch stopped. Okay. So my question is, if Franz Cave had commandeered Kenneka, how did he do it? And then who did he do it with? Because see, the thing is, peoples, Kenneka's body is way too fresh to have just been placed in that freezer and those pictures has been taken. Her body is way too fresh, peoples. So that means that at the point in time to when she was placed in a freezer was the time to when she died. She didn't die hours and then placed in the freezer because there was been discoloration in her body. The colder the body gets, the more that the capillaries tends to go dim in the body. When you look at the pictures, peoples, her body was way too fresh. Her body was way too fresh, peoples. No matter how you look at it, the body was way too fresh. And it wasn't that long after she died that she was placed in that freezer. Because if she was cold, yes, but if she was frozen, people look at the pictures. There is no way that she could have been frozen and still had blush lips. Her lips was ruby red. So a frozen body wouldn't look like this, peoples. A frozen body wouldn't have pigmentation in her skin. There's no way. And so if she was in there for any length of time, as many of you proclaim and stuff, will then help me to make it make sense. Her body is way too fresh to be in a freezer for any length of time. All you got to do, people, God damn it, it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure this shit out. All you got to do is open up your goddamn mind and look and see. Do your own fucking research. Go to the medical examiner's office and stuff and look up the time frames of what happens in the different stages the body goes through when a person dies, and the discoloration that happens when a person dies, the time frame that it takes for all of the color to come out of one's skin, and how certain hours the body gets colder and gets gray ashen. Because when a body dies, everything dies. You have a final bowel movement. Well, we don't see no bowel movement that this girl had, peoples, that ever seeped in her pants. We didn't see no bowel movement that she ever had. We don't see no pee-pee. We don't see no boo-boo from her backside, peoples. Because when you die, you expel all of that from your body. So that's indicative of the fact, peoples, that when Kenneka died, she died naked. She died naked. She didn't die with clothes on. That's why you see the pants halfway up her butt. You see that, right? You look on the floor, peoples. You see sprinkles of water that is all on the floor. See that? Look at all of that sprinkles of water. Look at that. Look at the plastic right there. It's sprinkles of water, peoples. And then look at the burnt plastic right here, peoples. See that? So it's indicative of the fact, peoples, that when Kenneka was placed in this freezer, Kenneka was placed in this freezer deceased but naked. At least her bottom part was naked. She didn't have her pants on, peoples. Because see, the thing is, and I ain't gotta make it up. I ain't gotta make it up. Let me go prove my point, peoples. Let me go prove my point. Because see, stupid people will still don't get it. When a person dies, there are certain things that happens to the body when a person dies, peoples. When a person dies, let's go and let's do the Google search. What happens when a person dies? What happens when a person dies? I don't want a biblical sense. I want a scientific. What happens when a person dies? Give me a scientific. Okay, right here, peoples. Right here. Here it is. Right here. This is what I want to show you right there, clearly in your face. Okay, so we're going to go. We're going to start right. Let me see. Okay, let's start right here, and we're going to work our way down. It says, "What happens to your body before death? With chronic illness or death from natural causes, multiple changes occurs as your body's vital functions slow before stopping completely. More sleep and less physical activity. When you are dying, you don't sleep to recharge your mind and body. Instead, you sleep because your body doesn't have the energy for activity. Your heart becomes less able to pump oxygen rich blood throughout your body. Without oxygen, your body cells don't have the energy needed to keep you awake for active or keep you awake and active for long periods. Rest is an important part of dying. A decreased appetite and thirst. A dying body doesn't need the same amount of nourishment as the body that isn't dying. Your appetite may decrease dramatically in the days, weeks, or months before death. Your digestive system may have a harder time processing the food you eat. Eventually, you may lose your appetite. From the time you were born, we learned from our caregivers that being nursed or fed is an act of love and well as survival. For this reason, your loved ones may insist that you eat. Your care provider can provide guidance on when it's best to use artificial feeding devices like a feeding tube and when food may be too much for your digestive system to handle. Now, this is an important thing right here. Inability to control your bowel and bladder. As digestive system slows, you may find it difficult to pass stool poop. Constipation is a common symptom amongst people who are dying. You may have less control over your pelvic muscles that allows you control when you pee. Incontinence. Stool softeners can be Stool softeners can help relieve constipation. Medical devices that help you pee, like Foley catheters and supplies like incontinence pads, can keep your bed clean. Breakdown of your muscles and skin. It's common to lose weight and mass when you're dying. Positioning yourself in bed or even talking may stress your muscles to exhaustion. New cells don't replace dying ones as rapidly, causing your skin to thin. Thin skin is more susceptible to bruises and cuts and bed sores. Okay, so what is it that we don't see on Kenneka? We don't see major bruising or cuts or even sores, peoples. We don't see it. Remember, she's dying. Your care team and loved ones can monitor your skin infections and reposition you to ensure your skin doesn't stay in contact with your bed for too long. They can moisten your skin regularly to help prevent injury. Withdrawal and detachment. It's normal when you're dying to express less interest in activities you used to enjoy. You may prefer being alone over visiting with others. Craving less interaction with others doesn't mean you love friends or family members less. Your needs change as your body changes. Declining or irregular vital signs. Your vital signs include the temperature, pulse, respiration, breathing rate, and blood pressure. These numbers measure the health of organs essential for your survival, like your lungs, heart, and brain. When you're dying, your body temperature drops. When you're dying, your body temperature drops. Let me say that again. When you are dying, your body temperature drops and your skin may feel cold or clammy to the touch. Other numbers may be irregular and unpredictable as your vital organs work to keep you alive, even as you're nearing death. As you approach your final hours, your respiration rate will steadily decline. Agitation. Sudden bursts of energy or the feelings of restlessness follow long periods of sleep may signal that death is close. You may feel capable of doing things that you are not realistically able to do. You may try to leave the bed or remove medical devices you need, like an IV. You may become frustrated with caregivers who's trying to help you. Changes in how you perceive your surroundings. Your brain may process sensory information. You may see, hear, smell, etc., different from how it once did. For instance, a sound that seems normal may seem scary or threatening. You may mistake one person for another. You may perceive things that people around you don't seem to notice. These differences in perception may be more noticeable at night than the day. Some studies have shown that your brain releases a surge of chemicals as death approaches that may heighten your senses into a state of awareness or even hyperreality. For instance, people who are dying often speak of seeing a bright light, that they may see themselves going on a journey where they reunite with their deceased loved ones. Period of unconsciousness. As death approaches, you may drift off from sleep into unconsciousness, much like being in a coma or a dream state. You may wake up later unaware you were unconscious. Towards the end, you'll remain in this unconscious state of extended rest. Research suggests that even as your body transitions into unconsciousness, it's possible that you'll still be able to feel comforting touches from your loved ones and hear them speaking. Touch and hearing are the last senses when we die. Changes in breathing. Your breathing patterns can signal how close you are to death. While regular steady breaths are a sign of life and good health, unpredictable breathing is often a sign of failing health or death. A death nears you when for longer periods without breathing. If there's saliva building up in the back of your throat because the muscles in your throat aren't strong enough to swallow, you may make rattling sounds when you breathe. This sound is often called a death rattle. Eventually, you take your final breath. What happens to your body during death? During death, your body's vital functions stop entirely. Your heart no longer beats, your breath stops, and your brain stops functioning. Studies suggest that the brain activity may continue several minutes after a person has been declared dead. Still, brain activity isn't the same as consciousness or awareness. It doesn't mean that a person is aware that they died. Signs of death: no pulse, no breath, relaxes that don't respond to testing, pupils that don't shrink, constrict in response to bright light. What happens to your body after death? Your body undergoes a series of changes after you die as it adjusts to its new state. These changes unfold quickly over a few days. The muscle relax. Your muscles loosens immediately after death, releasing any strain on any bowels and bladder. As a result, most people poop and pee at death. Okay, let me repeat that again for the people who just don't get it. What happens to your body after death? Your body undergoes a series of changes after you die as it adjusts to its new state. These changes unfold quickly over a few days. Your muscles relax. Your muscles loosen immediately after death, releasing any strain on your bowels and bladder. As a result, most people poop and pee at death. Let me say that again. Most people poop and pee at death. Your skin may also sag, making it easy to see your bone structure beneath. Your temperature drops. Your body temperature gradually decreases about 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit, 0.8 degrees Celsius per hour. Eventually, your body temperature will match your surroundings. Let me say that again. Your body temperature will match your surroundings, meaning that if you are in a freezer, and whatever the temperature is in the freezer, depending on how long you've been in the freezer, your body temperature will match that of the freezer, people's. Meaning that if the freezer doesn't freeze, she couldn't have been frozen. You're not hearing what I'm saying, peoples. I said, if the freezer doesn't freeze, she couldn't have been frozen. Your blood gets pulled downwards. Gravity pulls your blood downwards towards the earth. Your skin may look purplish red in the spots where blood pulls. Your body stiffens. First, your face and neck. The stiffening is progression and the trunk of your body, and gradually radiates outwards to your arm and legs, and then your fingers and your toes. Your body loosens again a few days after death. Your body tissues break down, causing the stiff parts to relax again. Okay, y'all see that, right? Yeah, see that, right? I don't want to go into does dying hurts and all like that. But the main part that I wanted to show you guys, and I've been telling you guys for the longest time, your muscles relax, loosens immediately after death, releasing any strain on your bowels and bladder. As a result, most people poop and pee at death. Your skin may also sag, making it easier to see your bone structures beneath. Your blood gets pulled downwards. Gravity pulls your blood downwards towards the earth. Your skin may look purplish red in the spots where the blood pulls. Your body stiffens face first and neck. And then the stiffening progresses to the trunk of your body, which is your chest, and then gradually radiates outwards to your arms and legs, and then your fingers and toes. And then your body loosens after a few days as the tissue in your body breaks down and the stiff parts relax again. Okay, so what did we see in the case of Kenneka? Okay, right here. Let's look at this, peoples, because it already told you what happens when a person dies. Now, for all of the stupid people and all of the naysayers and stuff, well, what is it that you don't see? You don't see any pee and you don't see any poop. And why is it that you don't see any pee and any poop? Because of the simple fact that at the point to when she died, she had peed and she had pooped. And that's why we see the pants being halfway up her butt. Because she was naked and she was dead. She was naked and she was dead. And when she died, people, she died in the position to where you see her in. And so when she died, the pee and the poop had came out of her body. That's why they had to wash her body. And they didn't wash her body in the freezer, peoples. Because if they washed her body in the freezer, well, then we would have had all types of water that would have been frozen, and it would have been a sheen of ice water all over the freezer floor. But we didn't see that. But what we did see, peoples, is this right here. We seen a ice cube that was frozen solid. But we seen the same piece of ice cube that was under her toe that was frozen solid, but then it had melted. And then it turned frozen solid again, but in a different manner. Let me show you, peoples. This is how they played the game with you. Let me show you, peoples. Let me go back to what I have been saying forever and a day. Right here, peoples. Clear as daylight, and I've been showing you guys this forever and a day. Nobody wanted to believe me. Now I had to just bring the dogs out. And I have to show you, people. See, this is why I don't listen to every goddamn body under the sun when they talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Because many of you don't apply science to reality. And I've told you, I filmed bodies for over 20 years. So I should have some sense of what happens when a body dies and things. Have some knowledge of it, peoples. And have some good, wholesome common sense, peoples, to know that, you know, when stupid people want to give a narrative and they want you to believe the shit that they're saying, well, then I'm fighting back. Well, God damn it, that couldn't make no sense because you got to apply science to that of what you're saying. And here it is right here. This is the science. The science says that when Kenneka died, she had a solid piece of ice cube under her toe. And then later on, the ice cube became a puddle of water under her toe, as you can see in that picture right there. And then under her toe became a frozen puddle of water right there. So it took time for the ice cube to melt. And when the ice cube melted, it was a puddle of water. And then the freezer was turned back on, and then look, the water turned into a frozen puddle of water, which is indicative, peoples, that this girl has been in that freezer for some time, because it takes time for an ice cube to melt. Now, what is the ratio for this ice cube melting? How hot was it in the freezer? Well, it was hot enough that this solid piece of ice had melted. Now, was it an hour, 2 hours? Somewhere around there. Because see, the thing is, peoples, and this is what you have to understand. If the freezer was off and it was hot as hell, well, then she wouldn't have been looking in the manner to which she's looking. The blood in her feet wouldn't have been so plush red, ruby red, peoples. If it was hot in that freezer, she wouldn't have been looking plush, peoples. She wouldn't have been looking so vibrant. Did you read what I have read to you? Did you understand what I have read to you, peoples? This is Science 101 right here. It takes time for a puddle of ice to melt. It takes time for the melted puddle of water to turn a frozen puddle of water. And so between that time and that time, peoples, the question is simply this: when was these pictures taken? Because if they taken those pictures after that frozen piece of ice had melted, she wouldn't have been looking like this, peoples. Because it takes time for the ice to melt, and it takes time for the ice water to freeze. Did you understand what I'm saying, peoples? It's called science. When you put ice in an ice tray and it's just water, it takes time for that to crystallize and become a solid piece of ice. When you take that tray out of the freezer and you crack that tray and you put the ice in a glass of water, it takes time for the ice to melt. So if Kenneka was in the freezer, peoples, and placed in the freezer, and these pictures was taken at the point of her death, well then, it had to be right after the point of her death, and it could not have been a great deal of time later than that. Because like I just gave you the illustration, the ice takes time to melt. And because the ice takes time to melt, the ice takes time to refreeze again. And as I have shown you in the science, they said that every hour, the body loses temperature. And at a certain period of time, the body will match the same temperature of that it is encased in. So she's in the freezer, and the freezer was at a certain temperature. The body will cool down to that particular temperature. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So in essence, peoples, she couldn't have been in that freezer that long at the time to when they have taken those pictures. It's impossible. I said it's impossible, peoples. I've just shown you, peoples. I've just told you, peoples. What happens, it says right here, peoples. It clearly says right here, peoples. And let me show you that again, people, so you can see it for yourself. It says, peoples, your temperature drops. Your body temperature gradually decreases about 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit, 0.8 degrees Celsius per hour. Eventually, your body temperature will match of your surroundings. So if she's in a freezer and the freezer is at a certain temperature, her body temperature would have matched that of the freezer. And this is just, it's not to say that her body is gradually decreasing 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit every hour, because again, it depends upon your surroundings. It depends upon what you are in. She was in a freezer, so she will start to cool down rapidly, peoples. If she was out in a field or something, she will cool down not so fast. So it all depends upon where your body is at the time to when you die. Is how fast your body temperature will cool down. And so it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that had Kenneka been in that freezer for such a period of time, and then they took those pictures later after they had put her in that freezer, she wouldn't have been looking in the manner to what we see her in those pictures. Do you understand what I'm saying? So which is indicative of the fact, people, is that it totally debunks what a lot of you people say when you say, oh, well, Kenneka died at this time, or Kenneka died at that time, or this is what happened to Kenneka, or this is what happened to Kenneka. No, peoples, no, because if that be the case, well, then, God damn it, you got to help me to make this make sense. Where was she? She wasn't in no fucking freezer. Because the thing is, peoples, if Kenneka was in the freezer, as the people proclaimed, they had to take the pictures immediately after she died. No question about it. It is no question about it. You can't have it both ways, peoples. Science is up against you upon that, peoples. So when you give your narrative has to follow by what we actually see. And if France Cabe or any other goddamn person unalive Kenneka, well, then your narrative has to match up with that of what you see on the body. And so you got to give a good, wholesome explanation as to how it happened. You just can't tell me France Cabe, the beverage manager, the kids, TM, or anybody killed Kenneka without first giving me a good, wholesome synopsis as to how and why the body is looking the way that it is in the freezer. If you can't explain that, you can't explain shit to me. Because you can't tell me somebody unalived this girl and you can't even explain how she got into the freezer, why she is looking the way that she is in the freezer, and the things that I just shown you about the ice cube in the freezer. Because I just read to you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, what happens when a person dies. So that explains why her pants wasn't all the way on, peoples. That explains why she was all wet, because they had to wash her down. She pee-peed, she boo-booed. You don't see no pee-pee and boo-boo on her pants, or on the back of her pants, peoples. It's dry as, you know. It ain't no stains. So you can't tell me that X, Y, and Z happened until you can explain to me how she got into the freezer, why she's looking the way that she is in the freezer. You see, all of that stuff goes hand in hand. They can manipulate the pictures and videos to look like, okay, well, this person was over here at this time, that person was over there at that time, and so on and so forth. They can make and manipulate everything, which I just showed you with Killer and the supposed Kenneka in the hallway. They can manipulate all of this stuff, peoples, which they did. I told you, you can't put someone in where they never been. So you can be hell bent upon somebody unaliving Kenneka, but that doesn't work for me. You got to give me more than that. You got to give me a good, wholesome, complete synopsis as to how you believe and think or come up to the conclusion that Kenneka Jenkins got killed by X, Y, and Z. You just can't stop there. You got to give me the full platter of the plate. I need to be fed and I need to be full. Just taking certain pictures don't give me a good, complete, wholesome synopsis of what happened to Kenneka. Because the pictures, peoples, like this, doesn't match up with the narrative that you're giving. The case files doesn't match up to this. The autopsy report doesn't match up to this. And it doesn't match up to your narrative. Well, where you try to single down and try to put a timeline upon the death of Kenneka, you can't do it because you cannot explain to me and break it down in the manner to which I did with you what happens when a person dies. See, people, I got experience with death because I seen death. I seen people die. I videotaped funerals for over 20 years. I've been at the funeral homes. I see what they do. I got a good handle and understanding of death. You don't. That's experience I have that you don't have. So when you give me a narrative, I'm looking like, well, God damn it, I got to look at the overall picture, not just a couple of frames, not just a couple of pictures, not just a narrative or this some summation that they gave me, not just this theory that they gave me. I got to look at the overall picture because if it doesn't line up, peoples, I'm not going to believe it. I can't believe it. And I can't sit here in good faith and agree with what you're telling me when I know within my hearts of hearts that what you're telling me cannot be because it doesn't match up. It doesn't match up. And if you can't explain it to me the way that I'm explaining it to you now, you ain't got shit to say to me. Because what you perceive and what you believe is bullshit and nonsense. And it couldn't have happened in the manner to which you think. And that's why I'll always stand 10 toes down with what I say, peoples. And until you can come to me and prove to me and break it down just in the manner to which I just shown you, well then, I mean, what do you want me to believe? You ain't giving me nothing. You're giving me bits and pieces as to what your theory is. But I'm looking at the actual evidence, peoples, and I'm applying science, forensic science. I'm applying that of what they said to that of what is being shown. And it tells me, peoples, that this theory that you guys keep trying to develop and keep trying to narrow down, that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment and she got commandeered. Well, that shit doesn't make no sense. Because if she got commandeered, what, they're going to let her go to continue to walk the halls? Because all of the pictures and videos that I've seen ain't of the same girl walking the halls of that establishment. You got different weights, you got different heights, you got different tracks in the people's hair. The light, it tends to shine up on people's hair, and you got different looks and different different pants and jackets and shirts and everything. It's so many different varieties, peoples in this of what was being shown. I understand. I know you feel so strongly about what you believe, but that's good. Stay with that. Feel with that. And if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But that's what you believe. It ain't what I believe. And I'm showing you, and I'm taking my time out to show you why I say that of what you believe, it don't make no sense to me. And I keep showing you, and I keep showing you, and I keep showing you, in the hopes that one day that you will really seriously take an understanding and see what I'm trying to tell you. And not say that you have to believe me, but at least understand what you're saying doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense. See, France Cave can kill Kenneka. The beverage manager can kill Kenneka. Carl Nesbitt can kill Kenneka. TM can kill Kenneka. The kids can kill Kenneka. Man or Mike can kill Kenneka. Anybody can kill Kenneka. But what does that mean when you say they killed Kenneka? Well, what does that mean? And when you say that this is what actually happened to Kenneka, well, what I just shown you and what I just expressed to you, it doesn't match up to what you're telling me. Until you go to the degree to where I have and explain how and why that this man, Roland Weiss, comes down to pick up the body of Kenneka Jenkins. Where did they take her? How long has she been in the freezer? Apply the science. I mean, you know, they say that she was frozen solid. So let's do the math, because at the time to when she was supposed to have been commandeered and killed to the time to when it was supposed to found her, why is it her body looking the way that it is? That shit doesn't make no sense. And so she couldn't have been stored in the freezer, because science is still up against you, because the simple fact that she could not have been in there for any great length of time. She would have died for suffocation. So help me make that make sense. So if she wasn't in the freezer, where was she? And that's the thing that I ask the people. And it ain't no getting mad at me because I don't agree with your narrative. I just don't agree with your narrative. Because your narrative, you're not applying every single iota in every single thing in this case. You sit and listen to Trey Gay's ass forever and a day. Now look, a person was supposed to send him a letter explaining to him what happened to Kenneka. France Cave was supposed to send him a letter explaining everything. France Cave, well, very well may be involved, but peoples, what power did France Cave have? What power did he have? Did he kill Kenneka? And if he did, how did he do it? So what if he left the country? So what if he looked suspicious? What power did France Cave have? You guys blame France Cave. You guys blame the beverage manager. You guys blame Carl Nesbitt. You guys blame the kids. You guys blame the establishment. You guys blame every goddamn body, but you can't explain in great detail. You only can give me, to a certain degree, what you feel happened to Kenneka, but that doesn't work for me. And I keep trying to tell you guys that. It doesn't work for me. Because you can't take it all the way through. You can't take it all the way through. And that's the difference. Now, I hope that you guys got a greater understanding as to where I stand, because again, you haven't given me much of anything. I know different people feel so strongly about different individuals unaliving Kenneka, but you got to go further from there. It just doesn't stop there. You may be satisfied in your mind, and so if that be the case, well, let me give you a biscotti. Let me give you a dog biscuit and send you on your way. Peoples, if you want a good, wholesome understanding and clarification upon things, this is the right channel to go upon. Because again, you ain't got to believe me. I'm not asking you to believe me. And I hope I can get that through you guys' thick skull. I never said believe me. I just said take from what I am telling you, you do your own research and come back and have a conversation with me. Why is that so difficult for the people to have a conversation with Edward Joseph? Why? Because I make you feel inadequate. I make you feel stupid. I make you feel ignorant. Would that be the case? That's good. You should feel that way. Because if you only stop at the person killing Kenneka and you can't take it any further than that, well, then you stupid. You're only doing yourself a disservice, because again, everything that's in this case has to coincide with something else. There's always a cause and effect to everything. And that's just how my mind works, peoples. That's just how my mind works. There's a cause and effect to everything. What was the cause of this happening? And then what was the effects behind that? And that effect causes something else to happen. And then that cause has an effect to it. And then that effect causes something else to happen. And then it goes on and on and on. And that's how I look at this case. Many people, you guys have visions. You guys have theories. You guys have commentaries. You guys have mantra. You guys have a whole lot of stuff. And it sounds good. It sounds good. But when you put it in practicality, it don't mean shit. Because it ain't telling me nothing. And that's why many of you get so frustrated with me, because I don't agree. And I can't agree when it doesn't make sense to me. And so that's why I stand 10 toes down with what I say and do what I do. And see, the difference is, peoples, is that I prove my stance. I walk this shit down. And I apply science and common sense. So where one only focuses upon and thinks about one little thing and stuff, I'm looking at the overall picture, and I keep telling you the same thing over and over and over again. And each time I talk about this, I go a little deeper, and I go a little deeper, and I go a little deeper. I don't have to have France Cabe to send me no fucking letter to express and explain what I need to say. And every goddamn body that Trey Gang is mentioning ain't got shit to do with the analyzation of Kenneka. It may have to do with the overall organization that they are affiliated in, but it doesn't have nothing to do with the death of Kenneka. And for 7 fucking years, this sucker has been literally licking on a goddamn lollipop, filling your ears with a lot of bunch of bullshit and madness. Now, see, I haven't gotten off of Trey Gay yet, because I'm letting the sucker continue to keep talking, because see, I'm building up, because I am going to really expose Trey Gay for the bullshit and nonsense that he's been saying. And see, I've already put a damper in the various things that he's saying because, see, when he talked about the broomstick, and I've already shown you what he said, and he said that he was sent a letter by France Cave, and he had to get out there about the broomstick. Okay, so my question would be, why would France Cave confide into a stupid ass, you know what I'm saying, bitch of a content creator that thinks he knows every goddamn thing about the Kenneka Jenkins case, and sent him a letter stating that he is telling him about a broomstick with Kenneka Jenkins. And I caught that, and I made a live about that. Let's go to my channel, peoples. Let's go to my channel. We'll get back to you in a moment, sir. We'll get back to you in a moment. Let me go to my channel, because I have to educate the suckers who listen to the sucker who believes the sucker and create little suckers. Never understood that, peoples. Stupid ass people cannot think for the goddamn selves, and they need a stupid little bitch like Trey Gay to fill their minds up with a bunch of bullshit and madness.
Reference to the anus.
And then I'm gonna ask you this. When Trey Gang got that letter from French K, when they said they stuck a broom in that girl bottom part, and then French K said the Royal Order Jesters was there that night, and they got members at the hotel, and then you got these people with logos with the images. So this let me know some of this stuff ain't even sex act. It could be torture. Man, nobody ain't thinking about this stuff, bro. Because when I think about the broomstick, when I got that letter in my heart, when I heard about that broomstick, and I'm like, man, I got to put it out there because I can't just, you know what I'm saying, I just can't just put half of it out there. I got to put everything. And it just puzzled me that the family did not even deny it. The mother didn't even not deny it. The mother even was like, yeah, Trey Gang. So I'm like, wait a minute. It's got to be some truth. And they talking about the pool. All this will be going on in the pool. And then I'm looking at the family reaction. I'm like, something ain't right, because if that's the case, that would be going on. The family would have been like, man, you did your research. I'm finna bag you up on that because you done figured it out, and let's do this. None of that. I'm like, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Can you do a click on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here?
Reference to the anus.
And then I'm gonna ask you this. When Trey Gang got that letter from French K, when they said they stuck a broom in that girl bottom part, and then French K said the Royal Order Jesters was there that night, and they got members at the hotel, and then you got these people with logos with the images. So this let me know some of this stuff ain't even sex act. It could be torture. Man, nobody ain't thinking about this stuff, bro. Because when I think about the broomstick, when I got that letter in my heart, when I heard about that broomstick, and I'm like, man, I got to put it out there because I can't just, you know what I'm saying, I just can't just put half of it out there. I got to put everything. And it just puzzled me that the family did not even deny it. The mother didn't even not deny it. The mother even was like, yeah, Trey Gang. So I'm like, wait a minute. It's got to be some truth. And they talking about the pool. All this will be going on in the pool. And then I'm looking at the family reaction. I'm like, something ain't right, because If that's the case, that would be going on. The family would have been like, man, you did your research. I'm finna bag you up on that because you done figured it out and let's do this. None of that. I'm like, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Can you do a click on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here?
Reference to the anus.
All right, so people, so help me to make this make sense. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Carla Henry had says, greetings, Edward, in chat. All right, so people, help me to make this make sense. If Kenneka's family was involved, well, then why all of the references to Kenneka's family not being involved? Why the reference to the people who is on the one hand tried to make it seem like Kenneka's family wasn't involved in, it was a big mystery to them and stuff, and they had to fight this and fight that and the other. But then on the same token, that they were involved in, they didn't do this, that, and the other. Either they were involved or they wasn't. It's just that simple, peoples. Either they was involved or they wasn't. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that Kenneka's family wasn't involved and they were involved. You can't have it both ways, people. You can't be for TM and then be against TM. Either you're for TM or you against TM. It's just that simple. Either she was involved or she wasn't. Bottom line. Bottom line. And so if TM is involved, well, then you got to understand to the severity and level of her involvement. If TM was involved, what is that stating to you, peoples? If TM was involved, what is that stating to you? What is the level of her involvement? How does that equate to anything in this particular case, peoples? And to what degree did she politic with these people? And then you got to ask yourself the question: why Kenneka? Why Kenneka? Well, see, peoples, if you really look at this case in the overall picture, understand the politics of this case. Understand the connections TM had and who she had connections with. Understand the relationships she had, the connections she had. All of that comes into play, people. All of that comes into play. And then understand the dynamics that happen in her family. Look at all of the people who got killed. Okay, Ken Sr. got killed. Her brother got killed. Friends got killed. Remember what TM said in that little sour post that she had made and stuff. She was crying over her sister when her sister supposedly had died of natural causes, but it's the same type of bullshit that was happening to Diddy's ex-girlfriend or ex-wife, the kid's mother. She died of supposed ammonia, and she was young, Kim Porter. But the same shit happened to TM's sister. So let me find that video, people. So let me find that video of TM crying over her sister and the admission that she had made when her sister died. Peoples. Let me find that video. See, these are the things that the people forget. I don't forget people's. I never forget. I never forget people's. And see, that's the thing, because when you go back and you look and listen to that of what was stated, and let me see. Okay, so my drive is not connected. Y'all hold on. Okay, I just connected my drive again. And so let's see. There we go. Yep, there's my drive again. And let me go to my Wondershare and my downloaded videos. Okay, our converted videos, our recorded videos. Okay, they're somewhere. Download it. No. So they're somewhere. Okay, so I'm in Wondershare 15. Let me see. Compressed videos. No. Converted videos. Downloaded videos. They're somewhere. Okay, where is all of the videos at? Merge videos recorded. All right, so let me see. Let me do my Wondershare 16 and converted videos, compressed videos. Oh my God, where's my videos at, peoples? That's not good. That's not good. Now I know they're all in my Wondershare, so because let's see, Wondershare, converted, compress. Okay. Recorded, merge videos, downloaded. No. Converted, compress. No. Okay, so let me see. Maybe in my E drive. Okay. That's my G drive. Let me look at my E drive, my backup drive. See. Okay. Let me see. Wondershare 14. Downloaded videos. Okay. It's in my Wondershare 14 and 15. Okay. I was getting ready to say, boy, I was getting ready to, it gets, I was about to have a heart attack because I was like, wait, I got those videos. Okay, so now let's see here. Where is the video of TM? And she was driving in the car and she was talking about her sister. Teresa Mountain found out. Wait, video after found out Kenneka was. Let me see. Okay, no, that's not it right there. Okay, so let's see. I know I downloaded that video. Kenneka, let's see right here. All right, so all right, let me check the other one. I'm going to share 15. Okay, download it and see if it's in here. I can see the video in my mind, but exactly where it is, I don't know, because I haven't been on the Kenneka Jenkins case for a minute. But I'll find it. I know it's on one of these. I'm just not looking. Audio. Okay, let's see here. So for the Kenneka. So okay, so it's not this one. So let me go back to 14. Kenneka Jenkins missing. No. It's not none of those. Okay, so let me go to download it. So it's one of these right here. Let me go step by step and see which one it is. There it is, right there.
Hey, Lon. I don't own the rights to this music. I'm talking to the ones that know us and know my family. The newcomers that had met us, or that came within our lives, you know, cross paths or whatever. I just want to tell y'all, the devil is a lie, no matter what. When you're doing the right thing, the devil come at us in all kind of shape, form, and fashion. So I don't own the rights to this music once again. Y'all, I lost my baby sister. Tonight. I lost my baby sister. And I'm just speaking to the people that's going through or not even knowing when somebody go through. When the Bible says slow to anger, I'm thinking I agitated her. Because she was like, her defense was up. And I'm looking like, what I do? And you did nothing. But I'm saying, I'm using my story. It ain't about me. It ain't about me. But I'm telling somebody that can change the situation that they going through. If somebody that you know that's been going through something, and they just all of a sudden just change and be mean or angry towards you, or maybe silence or distance themselves from y'all, I'm asking y'all to have mercy. Have mercy up on them. My sister, ever since the death of my baby, and then we couldn't rejuvenate after that. Then it was my brother, then my other brother. That's not including the friends with them. But it messed her up. She hurt it so bad.
Now, peoples, she's given a confession, and you guys need to understand the confession that she's given, because, God damn it, what the fuck does her sister dying has anything to do? What the fuck of her sister dying has anything to do with anything? Huh? What the fuck of her sister dying has anything to do with anything? Help me to make that make sense. Her sister died, and she's over here crying about, well, her and her sister had an alt with each other and stuff. Her sister got very angry because Kenneka died. Her sister already knew the play. Her sister knew exactly why Kenneka died. And she didn't want to go through that any longer, peoples. That's why her sister got killed. And TM is sitting up here and she is confessing, peoples. She's confessing. She's telling you her sister died because of Kenneka. That's what she's telling you, peoples. Her sister died because of Kenneka. Listen to what she's saying. Her sister did not like, and she could not accept what was going on any further. And she all of a sudden changed. Yeah, she changed because she heard my live when I said that I was going in hard and heavy on Teresa Martin. And when I made that live, I can't help but to think that her sister heard my live and said, okay, I had enough of this shit. Because after I made that live, a couple of days later, her sister died. After I went in hard and heavy on Teresa Martin, her sister mysteriously died. And I got the facts to prove it, people. I got the facts to prove it. Nothing ever happened until I made that live about TM and her sister died. Is that a coincidence? No, I don't think it's coincidence. I think her sister saw my live and she had enough of that shit. And they killed her. That's what I believe. That's what I seriously believe. And I got the facts to prove it, peoples. I got the posting of when Teresa Martin was talking about different things that even made me lead up to believe that of what I'm saying is actual, factual, and true. See, Teresa Martin would never confront me because she knew that I would go in hard and heavy on her ass in a major way, and I would expose way more than what Trey Game would have ever exposed. You know? But I'm not that type of person. But see, she ain't never challenged me. Like she did Trey Gay. Like she did a lot of the other YouTubers. Mike Larry and all of them. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now. Guy who used to talk about her all the time. She ain't never confronted me. None of the family never confronted me. Not one. And I went in hard and heavy up on them. But see, now I'm coming a different route. I'm not being as hard and heavy as I used to be upon them, but I'm coming in and I'm challenging every narrative that was given. And I'm showing you peoples that a lot of the things that you guys have believed couldn't have been. And I understand you believe it, but that's good. You believe it. But what you believe couldn't have been. And I'm showing you. That of what you guys have been saying and stuff about certain people, it couldn't have been. You got to do better than that. You got to explain to me in great detail how they played this thing out. I get it. I hear all the time Franz Cave killed Kenneka. He did this, he did that. But the proof is not in the pudding. You guys are not explaining to me in great detail how that could happen. Now, he may have had an opportunity or did something, but again, I'm still not convinced that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. I'm not convinced. And so you got to do better to convince me, people. You guys hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. I'm not convinced, peoples. I'm not convinced. Now you heard what TM had said, and she's crying about her and her sister going through all of this stuff with the death of Kenneka and how she changed abruptly with her and things. And then she expressed how her brothers got killed. Much tragedy happening in one family. What in the fuck are these people doing to get killed? See, people just don't get killed just up on GP, peoples. People get killed because they are involved in some shit. And then Kenny Sr. end up getting killed. So why is all of this death around in this family? Death just doesn't happen. People just don't get killed for just general principles, peoples. You got to be involved in some shit. And that's the point that I kept trying to make with you people. It's the shit that had happened that preceded Kenneka that had brought Kenneka to her death. Now, many of you guys don't believe that, and I don't give two rat's asses if you don't, but the evidence is right there. It's in your face. You can't deny that. Y'all, hold on. Listen to me, peoples. Listen to me and listen to me very well. What happened to Kenneka wasn't no accident. It was planned and it was a major setup. It wasn't something that just happened and then the establishment just took advantage of and shit. It didn't happen that way. This shit was planned. TM was at that establishment at the time to when Kenneka came up missing. You ain't got to believe it. You ain't got to believe it, but it has already been spoken because she had even said herself. I was under the assumption that the Crown Plaza was at least 45 minutes away from where Kenneka lived. And that's so far from the truth. Where Kenneka lived in relation to the Crown Plaza was no more than 21 miles, peoples. 21 miles. And that equated to about 18 minutes. "21 miles, peoples, from the Crown Plaza to Kenneka Jenkins, the area to where she lived. So it was a hot skip and a jump from there. And so I get it. I get all the conspiracy theories and, you know, the people took advantage of her and the people did this, the people did that and stuff. No, I don't believe that, peoples. You can't sit here and tell me on one hand nothing happened to Kenneka and all of this was because the establishment had some horny men there. And now she was supposed to be going to the movies, and instead she went over to Irene's birthday. Well, Kenneka was the one who arranged the thing for Irene to have the party at the Crown Plaza. What makes you think that she was going to go to the movies with some other friends? There is no way that Kenneka would have missed that party because that's just how close her and Irene was. She trusted people who stabbed her in the back. That's what it was. And the narrative doesn't fit the crime. The narrative, it doesn't fit the crime, peoples. No matter how you slice it or dice it, the time frame that you guys are given for Kenneka to be in the hallway and be roaming the halls of that establishment, and then all of this stuff was supposed to had happened to her, and she ended up getting commandeered and all like this. You got a time factor here, peoples. And from the time, and that's set in stone. She was supposed to have been to the establishment at 1:13. And then about 3:25, she was supposed to come up missing, according to the narratives. So between 1:13 and 3:25, that's about a 2-hour window. So all within the 2-hour window, people, is what was supposed to have happened. Irene's live, TY's live was supposed to have happened. And then you look at the logistics of all of this stuff. You look at the time frame of when all of these people were supposed to have been coming to the establishment. And then you look at the number of people that's in TY's live. So everybody had to come into the room, sit down, relax, get it crunked up and all like this. And then once it's crunked up, it took some time for the people to leave. So you think that people came up and crunked up just for about 5 or 10 minutes just to only turn around and leave the establishment, peoples? Look at the time to when all of these people was coming. And then look at the time to when all of these people was leaving. And that should tell you something right there. I mean, the evidence is in your face. It's all on surveillance video footage, people. So look at the time to when all of these people came, and then they were supposed to be in Irene's live and TY's live, crunking it up and stuff. And then look at the time to when everybody was supposed to be leaving. And so if that be the case, then you got to ask yourself the question. Where was the kids? Where was Frank Scave? Where was all of these people? Because if Kenneka was roaming the halls of the establishment, as you people say, and Frank Scave is in the hallway trying to commandeer this girl, all the other gangsters and stuff is in the hallway trying to commandeer this girl, how could all of this shit happen on the morning of the night? It's impossible, peoples. So when we talk about this, we cannot say that nothing didn't happen. But the thing is, you got to ask yourself the question, how did it happen? Because in this video that Brazy had sent, clearly somebody is being carried in this video. Clearly, somebody is being carried. But how do we equate somebody being carried to somebody being placed in a freezer? And so if that be the case, and she got away from the person who had carried her, oh, then you got to help me to make this make sense. How did anything happen in the pool area? Because you got Trey Gang and other people keeps mentioning the pool area. Well, this happened in the pool area. Well, if the things happen in the pool area, now you got Trey Gang saying that she's got assaulted with a broomstick. Well, when did that happen? You see, people, it takes time to get this girl from point A to point B to point C, and then all of these things that the people keep incorporating in the narrative. And you only got a time frame of 2 hours. So how could all of this stuff happen in 2 hour window? When did the pool situation happen when the kids was supposed to have left the establishment as you seen on the surveillance video footage? When did the pool thing happen? When did they carry her body to the freezer? When did they carry her body down to the pool area? Remember, if the pool area happened, then how did Prince Cave's situation happen? How did the assault with the broomstick happen? How did the guy in the black hoodie carry her? And we've seen the kids leave. How did all of that happen? And that's the thing that I need the people to explain to me. I mean, I see the video footage, but You got to incorporate all of this other stuff of what the people were saying. Either it happened or it didn't. Because everything, the pool, the broomstick, France Cave, the beverage manager, the kids, the guy in the black hoodie, everybody couldn't have done shit all within no goddamn less than 2 hour time, peoples. That's impossible. Do you understand and do you see the dilemma, peoples? And then we haven't even mentioned Andrew Holmes. We haven't even mentioned him yet, peoples. Because that's a whole nother series in itself with Andrew Holmes, peoples. See, you can't have it both ways, peoples. Either these things happen or it didn't. And if it did happen, how did it happen? How could she be commandeered by France Cave, the beverage manager, or any other fucking person in that establishment? And yet, you guys say she didn't walk in the freezer. Well, how did it happen? Because if they placed her ass in the freezer, well, then I've already gave you the science as to she couldn't have been in that freezer for any length of time because she would have suffocated and died. So you believe that she was locked in there. Well, she was locked in there. She may have been locked in there, but if she was, she couldn't have been locked in there for any length of time. Because within about 30 minutes or so, that girl would have been dead. She wouldn't have been dead. Because what? You're locked into a freezer and you're inhaling cold air. Your body temperature would have rapidly. Because what does she have on? People, she don't have shit on.
Run around here. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for Kenneka. Because I'm not going to say I don't think that, nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe Kenneka walked herself in that freezer and laid down and died. I also don't believe that somebody put their hands on her to end her life on purpose.
So you look at it, people. What is it that this girl is wearing? And she was locked in a freezer for any length of time, people. She would have literally died from exposure. And she wouldn't have been crouched up in that position like that. And she's suffocating. There's no way. See, logic dictates to me that narrative that the people want to cross hold to doesn't make no sense. Because you got to look at the evidence as presented right here. And this is your evidence. Why would you go ahead and flange your hair all over her face, be in a position that you see her in, and she was supposed to have got commandeered by France Cave and friend, or the beverage manager, or the maintenance man, or Carl Nesbitt, or the kids, or the gang members, or whatever. You got to help me to make that make sense. That shit doesn't make no sense. And then she was supposed to have been commandeered in a freezer. I mean, in a pool area and taken to a freezer. That shit doesn't make no sense. Because how do you get her from the pool area to here? If she was killed in the pool area, well, then the body, the time that it takes to go ahead and get her from the pool area to here, the time is ticking. Time is ticking. So you just gonna just walk the body up over into the freezer and just place her in there? So if that be the case, then the establishment had to know exactly the play. So what you're telling me is a motherfucking big conspiracy. And that shit just doesn't sit well with me. You see how I broke down the narrative and broke down how people are saying and thinking and stuff, and then they want to convince you this and this and this happened, but yet they can't even explain this right here, which I have already explained earlier, peoples. I tell you, peoples, things didn't happen in the manner to which the people proclaimed it did, because they can't back up their claim. You can't do it. It's one of the reasons why the people can't come live on my live to really hash out that of what they believe happened to Kenneka, because again, peoples, it didn't happen in the manner to which they had stated. It doesn't make no sense. Now, let's go back to what Brazy had shown. Let's go back to what Brazy had shown. He's shown the video. This one and this one. Well, not this one, but it was another one. We'll get back to you, TM. So I've shown you the 3 pictures of the young lady that was in the hallway. And I've shown you the same picture that Killa was in, peoples. I've shown you the same picture. Okay, showing you the time, showing you the same picture and things. I've shown you that. No question about it, peoples. Okay. If you guys remember, I have literally shown you that, peoples. Okay. So here's the 2 right here. It's that picture. I mean, that video. Okay. And then it was this video.
Footage they tried to clear up.
Okay. So now, wait. Okay, let me see. Yeah, no. Oh, damn. I'm showing the same video on the same thing. All right, so let me do this one. Okay, that's Power DVD. And then let me open up this one with media player.
Footage they
okay, cool. So here is both of the videos, peoples, of the same hallway. No, it was another picture. I think it was a picture that was showing. Yeah, here's the picture right here. And here's the picture right here. Okay, so as you can see, peoples, here is the same video. Now, it was another video that I think I believe I had. Okay, so anyway, here is the video right here. So the thing is simply this. I think it's simply this. If we believe that that was Kenneka right here in this video that Brazy have shown, and she was being carried, because you can clearly see the young lady being carried. You got to help me to make this make sense. This is, I think I had a picture of the same. Yeah, let me go back to Facebook. Let me go back to Facebook because I know I had a picture of the young lady right there. Let me go back to Facebook. Yeah, here it is, Facebook right here. So let me go to Facebook. Let me share my screen. Because you got to help me to make this make sense, peoples. It's just got to make sense. All right. So let's go back, peoples, right here. Let's go back right here, peoples. Right here was the picture of the same video that Breezy had sent me. Same area, same video, right here. It's the video. This video, she was being carried. This the girl who was ever in that video was being carried down here by this stairwell. Clearly was being carried. Here is the picture of the young lady coming out from the back. From the back. Yeah, and I think it was another video that I had when the guy was expressing that. And I think it was this one right here. No, I don't think it was this one. It was another video that I had. Okay, I know I had another video. So y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to check I'm going to check my email right quick because I know it was another video. So y'all give me 1 second here. I'll be right back. Going to check my email real quick, and I'm going to find that video. No, let me do this. Let me go to my downloads because I think I downloaded everything. I'm going to go back to my downloads because I think I downloaded everything. I think I downloaded all the videos. Yep. There it is right there. Okay. Yep. There it is right there. And so what's going to happen, people, is going to change. So I'm going to share my screen. And it's going to change that video. So let me share my screen. Uh-oh, what's happening here? Can I share my screen? There we go. Okay, let me share my screen. And so what's going to happen is going to change the video that we see. Okay, so we have this video of her right there, but then we also have this video right here. So let's play this video of the young lady being commandeered or trying to get grabbed in the same hallway. You see that right there, right? Somebody was grabbing her. So I'm not doubting that someone was walking the halls of that establishment, peoples. What I'm saying is that person that the people believed was walking the halls of the establishment, it wasn't Kenneka. There's no evidence whatsoever that proves to me that it was Kenneka. Okay, that's what I'm saying. There's no evidence of that. It's no evidence that this girl that is being commandeered or almost got commandeered and stuff was Kenneka. It is no evidence that the girl who was in this picture or this video that Breezy had sent was Kenneka. There's no evidence of that. All it is a girl who was dressed up in the same attire as Kenneka, roaming around, wobbling the halls of that establishment. Now, this could have been very well Kenneka being commandeered and carried, but there is an extension to this video that Breezy had sent me because this girl was never out of the hands of the person. And I'm gonna find that video, people. I'm gonna find the video and I'm gonna show you, because the video that goes with what Brazy had sent is an extension. It is an extended video which clearly shows you the girl in the boy's arms, and he never let her go. He never let her go. And I can prove that unequivocally and undeniably, people. I can prove that. I have the video. And I'm going to show you the video once I find it. Now, I stand 10 toes down upon that. Yeah, I stand 10 toes down upon that. I will show you, because I do have the video. So I'm just going through my little archives here to see where that video is, because I do have it. Now, with that being said, peoples, if that was Kenneka, well, then you got to help me explain this. Who was this who was carrying Kenneka? Because that's Kenneka being carried. You can clearly see the attire. You can clearly see how her legs was right here, and how she has her arm away from him. You see that, right? And if you turn around and you turn, she is being held on the right side, and the guy is carrying her. There it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. And it wasn't Franz Cave. It was a black guy in a hoodie carrying Kenneka. Clear as daylight right there, peoples. So you got to help me to make that make sense, because you can clearly see that clear as daylight. I mean, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. So now the question is, who was that in the hallway? Who was that in the hallway? Because see, people, when you look at this picture here, this picture right here doesn't look like that picture here. You see that, right? Look at the body. Look at the hair. This girl got a bit more hippier and rounded body than this girl right here. And then I'll go and show you the picture in the video of the girl who walked herself in the kitchen. Doesn't look nothing like these two right here. And I can show you by the length of hair where the hair was coming down to the butt. Different girls. Different girls, peoples. And so this picture right here, it says at 3:25, she got off the elevator. Really? Well, if she got off the elevator at 3:25, as it says in the on the screenshot right here, well, how could that be, peoples? How could that be? Because at 3:25, she's supposed to be getting off the elevator right here, but at 2:25, she's over here, supposed to be walking the halls in the lower level, right here. You see that, right? You see that for yourself. So at 2:25, she's supposed to be in the hallway, if you believe that's Kenneka. And then right here at 3:25, she's supposed to be getting off the elevator. Now, let's look at the video that Brazy had sent. What time was it? We don't see a time. Okay? But if we look at the other video, peoples, that was sent right here, we still don't see a time because everything was cropped out. But now let's go back to the video, peoples, the other video that was sent. Let's go back to the other video that was sent. So let's go back to my download. So let's go back to this video right here.
Dang. Why is that? That like some dude was my...
And so where is the time? There's no time. Why is the people cropping out the time? Well, I can tell you why the people was cropping out the time. But we don't actually need this video to get a sense of the time, because there's many videos of this girl that was supposed to be walking the halls at an establishment that shows the time. Now, if that time is different from what we see here, peoples, in the picture, which is a clear-cut picture of the young lady who's supposed to have got off the elevator, because this is a screenshot, this actual video, peoples. Well, then where's the time? So here is the video. $325, peoples. $325. It shows that this girl is getting off the elevator. $325. $325 is showing that this girl is getting off the elevator. So this right here is saying that she was walking the halls at 2:25. So how could she be walking the halls over here at 2:25 and she's getting out the elevator at 3:25? And then this video right here that Certified World Media had sent, it says 3:32. 3:32. She's walking. No, it doesn't. I'm looking at something wrong. Okay, yeah, that was killer. That was a different video right here. So it doesn't give a time frame as to when she was walking down over here. Okay. But then the question becomes is simply this. So if she's getting off the elevator at 3:25, where in the hell is anybody at? Do you understand what I'm saying? Where in the hell is anybody at? Because if this is really Kenneka walking the halls of this establishment, well, where's everybody at? Where's Prince Kabe? Where is the beverage manager? Where's the kids? Why don't we see nobody? The shit doesn't add up. It doesn't add up, peoples. See, the evidence is right there. It's in your face. Because if you take it for face value, you take it for law, she's at the passenger's elevator right here. The main elevator that takes you up to the room. Right adjacent to that is where the pool area is. It's another main elevator. But see, she didn't get off the first elevator, which is the service elevator. She got off the second elevator. And it's at 3:25. So if it's at 3:25, people, well then how in God's name
able to get the card? Because you got to send the maintenance man down there to unlock it for them to go in there. You see what time this is? This is 3:56 going on 4 o'clock. Watch this. He finna go open that door. When he leave, guess who finna come right behind him? Boom.
3:56. So at 3:25, the supposed Kenneka was supposed to be getting off the elevator. And just in about 25 minutes later, or more, 3:56, Trege is saying that he is going to unlock the door for them to go down and do whatever. So if that be the case, well then where the fuck is Prince Kabe? If Shemaya and Monifa, according to Trege, was supposed to have been down there to go and commandeer Kenneka, as you just heard, as I just shown you, where in the fuck is Prince Kabe? Where? Right here, people. See, he said 3:56, and then you see Shemaya and you see Monifa. Where in the fuck are they going to?
Payal. Man, that man opened that door for them, bro. Man, that man opened that door for them folks to go in now.
Go in where?
Able to get the card. Because you got to send the maintenance man down there to unlock it for them to go in there. You see what time this is?
So the cart to go where? Where to the pool area? So it's at 3:56 that the maintenance guy is supposed to go open up some doors so Shemaya and Monifa can go in and get a cart to what? Put Kenneka in? So where in the fuck was Prince Kabe? Y'all see the dilemma, right? Y'all see how all of these different narratives are being spoken, but you can't put validity to the narratives because the shit doesn't make no sense. because the times to when they're proclaiming all of this stuff happen, well, multiple things is happening almost around the same time. So again, here, let's go with what let's go with what Custom Design and T Slate had said. One thing about a nigga like me.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it said, because you don't know what it said. Shamaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shamaya mother called the police to report what Shamaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information from what we're talking about. Kenneka was actually missing at that point. Kenneka was missing when they went to the police department to say what she did. That was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found Kenneka yet. So Shamaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up, and they first come back to Rosemont PD, and that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
One thing about a nigga like me.
So at 4:15 in the morning, Shamaya was supposed to have been home telling her mother what happened to Kenneka. But according to Trey Gay, at 3:56, you see Shamaya and Monifa walking to a door that the beverage manager is supposed to have opened up for them. And at 3:25, you see the supposed Kenneka getting off the elevator, walking the halls of that establishment. So then the question becomes, where in the fuck is France Cave, the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the kids? So people, do you understand what I'm saying? So we got everything playing out close to the 4 o'clock hour. And we got the supposed Kenneka walking, being commandeered in the lobby. But all of this other stuff was supposed to go on. See, now, see, people, that's what good investigation does. That's what a good investigation does, because you have to challenge the narrative. And all of this couldn't happen on and at about the same time. It couldn't happen, peoples. Kenneka is not omnipresent. So how could the pool area happen? How could France Cave happen? How could the beverage manager happen? How could the maintenance man happen? How could Kenneka walk the halls at establishment at 3:25, getting off the elevator? How could the pool scene happen all around the same time? And how could Shamaya be at home at 4:15 in the morning telling her mother what happened to Kenneka? And then at 4:30, they be down at the police station. How could all of that happen, peoples? See, peoples, that's what I say. All of this stuff is on video footage. And all of this stuff is seriously in your goddamn face. And all you got to do is open up your motherfucking eyes and look at it. So, my question is simply this. How could all of the stuff that the people proclaim happen at the time to when they say it happened? How? How could it have happened within the 4 o'clock hour, peoples? Or the 3 o'clock hour? Or the 2 o'clock hour? When you clearly got the video footage, you got the testimony of the kids, you got the surveillance video, the surveillance commentary right here from Rosemont Public Safety Department. And then you got the narratives of the YouTubers. So when you try to put all of this stuff together, peoples, then help me to make that make sense. How did all of this stuff happen? And then you got TY's live and Irene's live that had to happen and things. And then it takes time for the people to congregate into the room. It takes people to settle down and start crunking up. And then they had to disperse. And that takes time for the people to disperse. So again, how did all of this stuff happen? And then you got what I had read you about what happens when a body dies. And then I have shown you, peoples, the ice cube that was under Kenneka's toe that was solid, and then it had melted, and then it turned to a frozen puddle of water. And that takes time for the ice to melt and the ice to freeze. It just doesn't freeze up that quickly. Now, if you say it does, people's, come on now, I'm not stupid. No ice cube is going to freeze up like that. And the ice cube had to be in there under her toe. So it broke off on something solid, which was the ice cube that was by her person when she was laying in a manner facing towards the freezer wall. That little piece of ice that they threw in there had broken off, and it had sat itself right by her toe, which it takes time for that to melt. And I've shown you that tonight, peoples. See, what you suckers want to sit up here and want to try to discount Edward Joseph and call me crazy and stupid and this and that and the other. Fuck you. Fuck you. You can kiss my beloved black ass. Fuck you, your mama. Yeah, I said it. Fuck you and your goddamn mama. Because you bitches ain't worth shit. The only thing you motherfuckers can ever do is come up in here and wreak havoc. You can't come to my live and you can't break this shit down in a manner to which I do. And you can't bring clarity to confusion. And you can't even defend the fucking shit that you say, because the shit doesn't make no goddamn sense whatsoever. And that's why I've always stand 10 toes down with what I say. Because God gave me eagle eyes. And I don't look at it through the lenses as everybody else. I don't fall prey and victim to that of what all of the people say. I am a critical thinker. I am an analytical thinker, and I am meticulous. And this is why I do the fucking things that I do. Because when you want to sit here and give me a narrative, and then you want to try to boost my mind up with all of this bullshit and madness of a goddamn theory that doesn't hold no motherfucking weight whatsoever, it will never hold no water. That shit will bust. Big time. So again, I asked the people, what the fuck happened to Kenneka? Because based upon all of the narratives that I got, it doesn't hold no weight. Because you got to explain to me how all of these pictures and videos and stuff doesn't coincide with each other. And I've shown you the video with the timestamp on it. So you got to tell me, how in the fuck did Kenneka get from Irene's live down on that goddamn elevator and then walk in some halls of that establishment? And you got all of these different people who looks like are dressed like Kenneka. Because again, go back in all of my lives, I've shown you the different girls who played Kenneka. I've shown you the different body styles. I've shown you the different attires that they was wearing. Show you all of that shit. And the remarkable thing is, peoples, it's like you motherfucking people just don't get it because you can't see the goddamn obvious. The obvious in your motherfucking face, and you're still too blind to see the shit. But yet you tried to tell me this and this happened to Kenneka, and your ass can't even come to my live to express to the people that of what you believe. Let me show you again Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And this Kenneka Jenkins do not look like none of these suckers that ever walked the halls of that establishment. Let me show you Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. See, this is why when the suckers wants to come and try to jump bad in my lives and stuff, this is why I've always knock them down big time and tell them to shut the fuck up and go and kick rocks with their mommy, because stupid people will never learn. Where did I put those pictures at? I know I got them. All right, where is those pictures of Kenneka? There they are, right there. People, the real Kenneka Jenkins, right there in your face. There she is, right there. And look at the attire. And then you see Kenneka right there, peoples. The part in her head, the perking of her lips. Look at Kenneka's face. Look at her jacket. That is the real Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. And this was taken in Shemaya's Snapchat. That our video that she had taken at the Crown Plaza when they first came to the Crown Plaza. That's the real Kenneka Jenkins right there, peoples. Look at the face right there, peoples. Look at the face. Now, let's do the comparison of all of these so-called people who was supposed to be Kenneka. All right, people. So let's look at that. Do this look like Kenneka right here, peoples? This girl got a big head. Do Kenneka got a big head, peoples? Look at that head, peoples. Does she have a big head like that? I mean, take a look, peoples. Y'all say that that's Kenneka. Hers is a little bit more slimmer and round faced. And when you look at this picture of Kenneka, peoples, she don't even look like how she was in other pictures because she looks a little bit more slimmer in this picture. Okay, so we have that right there, people. So now let's go and let's look at another picture, people. So the supposed Kenneka. Okay. Fat face. Slim face. She has a part in her hair. She doesn't. But I know that they washed her hair and everything. Okay. So is that Kenneka, peoples? That's supposed to be in the freezer. All right. So now let's go and look at another picture, peoples. Let's go and look at another picture. Since y'all say, "Oh yeah, this is Kenneka." All right. So let's look at another picture, peoples. So it's supposed to be Kenneka. Let's look at this picture right here. Now, Kenneka must have lost some goddamn weight. Now, is this Kenneka, peoples? She's in a fucking. So do that look like Kenneka, peoples? Her hair is parted on the side. Her hair is parted directly in the center. Do that look like Kenneka, peoples? Look at that head. Look at that face. And then look at this one right here. So let's shrink this down a little bit. We'll bring this over here. Let's shrink this down a little bit. We'll bring that over here. Let's shrink this down a little bit. And we'll bring that over here. And then let's shrink this down a little bit. Then we'll bring that up here. Now, look at the body styles, peoples. Okay, it won't let me increase that, so we'll do it like that. Okay, so I may have to move this over a little bit, just like that. All right, now, all of these people are supposed to be Kenneka Jenkins. Now, do all of these 4 pictures look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Do all 4 of them look like Kenneka Jenkins? Because this girl right here is thick as fuck. And now let's go and let's get the picture of her that was supposed to be in the freezer. And let's look at that body, peoples. Now look how slender this body is right here. Look at the hips of this girl's body right here. Look at the hips. And even the pants is not form fitting, peoples. It's form fitting around the calves, but around the butt it's a little bit saggy. And I understand that the pants is not all the way on, but this girl doesn't look big compared to this girl right here, who is solid as a rock. Look at those big thighs, people. So how the fuck can you tell me how the fuck can you literally put your mouth to say that, god damn it, this is motherfucking Kenneka Jenkins? Look at those big thighs, peoples. And you saw those little legs that I've just shown you. Come to the fuck on. Look how big this girl is. So how in the fuck could all of these pictures be Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? And then adding the icing on the goddamn cake, let's go ahead and let's get the death photo of Kenneka. This is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. And then we have this picture right here of the supposed Kenneka. And do that look like her, peoples? Do that look like her right here? Do this look like her? Do this look like this person here that was supposed to had walked into the halls of that establishment? Look at the goddamn face, peoples. Now the icing on the cake right here. This is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. And then I'm going to rest my fucking case, peoples. For now, I'll be back. Okay. So this is Kenneka without the wig. This is Kenneka without the wig. This is Kenneka without the wig. And this is Kenneka without the wig. Now, do all of these look like Kenneka? Because according to the case files, peoples, this is the different stages of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Now you be the judge. You be the judge, peoples. You tell me, does all of these pictures look like Kenneka Jenkins, peoples? Look at all of these pictures, peoples. You be the judge. Does all of these pictures represent Kenneka Jenkins, this young lady right here? So if all of these girls are the same girl and they look so goddamn different, you can tell Kenneka This is Kenneka right here, peoples. Right here. These three. This one, this one, and this one. You can tell by the nose. You can tell by the arch in the lips. You can tell by the side of her face right here. And even though that the wig was taken off, the still features are still the same. But and this is certainly not Kenneka, peoples. And these are the people who was walking the halls of that establishment. And the way that she has her hair, according to this right here, it's two different girls because you can see the different track. And the hair is a lot shorter because Kenneka's hair goes all the way down to past her shoulders. Hers doesn't, people. Hers doesn't. Right here in this picture right here. It doesn't go all the way down to her shoulders, people. And then let's look at the picture in the because we never seen the picture of Kenneka hair going all the way down to her butt because it doesn't. Because in this picture, you can see the hair just barely makes it to her waistline. So if the hair is barely making it to her waistline, well, then that automatically tells you that these other motherfuckers who's imposters is not Kenneka because Kenneka did not wear her hair all the way past her ass. Like in the other photos, that hair was way down all the way to her ass. And that's not the way that it is in the picture here, peoples. See, it's little subtle things that as a videographer, photographer, peoples, you will learn and understand. And when you seen the girl who supposed to have walked into the establishment, that hair was all the way down to her ass when she had her back turned towards the camera. That hair was all the way down by her ass. But in this picture, it was down just barely hitting her waistline. And she's standing upright. There it is right there, peoples. So the next time you motherfuckers try to sit up here and tell me anything about the goddamn Kenneka Jenkins case, come again. Come again. And come with some receipts. Come with something tangible. Come with something real. Come with something that I can fucking work with. And come and explain to the people how you come up to your goddamn conclusion. Because as it stands right now, peoples, I have already shown you and told you, and this is just the beginning, peoples. I'm gonna find that video. Don't worry. When I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I got it. It's on one of my lives, or it's in my Facebook, or videos and things. I just have to go through it. It's an extension to what Brazy have shown. There is an extension to his video, and in that video, that guy never let that girl go. He laid her down on a bench or something. But you'll clearly see it. It's the same exact video that runs from what Brazy have shown all the way to the end. He took her out somewhere and he laid her down and he stayed with her. He did not let her go. I promise you that. So I'm sorry to say that that wasn't Kenneka, because the video that Brazy shown, I got the extension to that video, and in that video, that boy never let that girl go. He never let that girl down. And I'm gonna show you the video. I got it. If I have to take time out for the next day or two to go through all of my beginning lives, because I got it in the beginning of my of when I first came to YouTube. So I'm gonna scroll through my lives and I'm gonna scroll through my Facebook videos and pictures and stuff and find that video, because it is a video. It is a complete video of showing exactly what happened to that girl that was in that person's arms. All right, people, that's it. That's all what I have for tonight. I hope this has been an enlightening video, and I hope that this has been an education for many of you. Because, see, again, peoples, I'm not going by what I think. I am going by what they said, and I am only telling you of what they said and what they have shown. So when the people get mad because I'm not agreeing with them, fucking who cares? I don't give a fuck. I don't give two rats asses, because I'm not here to try to pamper or willy nick any motherfucker. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. Who gives a fuck? If your ass can't come to my live and explain to the people in goddamn great detail what the fuck your stance is, well then who gives a fuck? Because I have taken my time for 7 hours and 40 minutes straight to show you guys and to prove to you my stance. And I have done that. And I have brought clarity out of confusion. And see, all of these things that I put together tonight, right now, people, I'm going to put it together in a little special live so you can see from point A to point B to point C, walk that shit down and show you how all of the shit that is videos and the pictures and the narratives that was given do not line up. And then you have to go with science, because science do not lie. It doesn't lie, peoples. And I don't give a fuck. You can agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. I don't give a fuck if you believe me or you don't. Science doesn't lie. And if science doesn't lie, well then science only can tell the truth. Because that's what science is. That's why they depend upon science in order to bring out the truth in these cases. So if you don't know how to apply science to your narrative, well then your narrative ain't shit without science. There's a scientific manner in which the detectives look at all of these cases, peoples. And that's why they look for the DNA, because the DNA doesn't lie. That's how they catch criminals, through the DNA, because the DNA doesn't lie. Everybody's DNA is different. Everybody's genetic makeup is different. Everybody, even the twins. So, peoples, that's it. That's all that I have right now. And to tell you the truth, I don't give two rats asses if you guys like me, if you hate me, if you don't talk to me, if you don't politic with me. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm not here to make friends and I'm not here to make enemies. I'm just here to shoot my shot and to tell you from my perspective what I see in this case. And I'm going to put these videos together, the points that I have made. And so I'm going to put it out there in a special live, in a special short, so you can clearly see for yourself. You be the judge. You are the judge of your own self, of your own mind, of what you believe. You don't have to believe Edward Joseph. You don't have to believe me. I'm never asked you to believe me. All I say is take what I show you and do your own goddamn research and then come back and have a conversation with me. Why in the fuck cannot have a conversation with the YouTubers that ever talked about this Kenneka Jenkins case? Why? I give everybody opportunity to shoot their shot, to come to the platform, to say what they feel that they know about this case. If you feel that you know, because if you feel that your narrative is stronger than what I am telling you, well, then be my goddamn guest. But if your shit stinks and it doesn't make no sense, don't come on, because don't embarrass yourself. Because you will embarrass yourself more so than I can embarrass you. Is that all right, peoples? Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts up on today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if you feel that your narrative is stronger than what I am presenting, come to my live, be my guest, and you will have the floor, and I will allow you to explain to the people that of what your findings is. But be warned, because I will have some questions for you to answer. And I will be asking you that in front of the people. And I hope you're on your ace game, because I got some serious questions. And I'm not going to demean you. I'm not going to talk about you. I'm not going to do any of that. I just want to have a wholesome conversation to see what you know, so the people can grow. Is that all right, peoples? So I hope that everybody got a little bit of clarity out of confusion and things, because again, peoples, you ain't got to believe me. All you got to do is just believe the science. All you got to do is look and see for yourself, because things in this case has happened for a reason. But it didn't happen in the manner to which the people proclaim. And that is the point that I've been trying to make to the people. I'm not saying that my narrative is better than anybody. What I am saying is that this time around, the hell with what I say. Let's go ahead and let's break this shit down with what they said and what they did. And then let's get uniformity. Let's get conformity. Let's get away from conflict and confusion and illusion, and come and look at this thing as it was presented. You know, the hell with what I think. I don't give a fuck of what you think. I want you to analyze what they gave and then give a narrative behind that. Not this so-called theory that you conjured up just because you feel a certain way just from what you're seeing. No, let me rattle your brain for a little bit. Let me shake you up a little bit. Let's keep the gates open and let's look at this wholesomely. And let's not deny that of what they said, because you can't deny that. It's what they said. It's a part of the case files. What Jeffrey Feiger said, what TM said, what Lenore had said, what Shemaya, Monifa, Bree had said, what Irene had said. We look at everything based upon what was said and what was shown. And once you see, give an explanation as to what you see. Is that all right, peoples? So I hope that many of you don't take offense to what I say or how I say it. I mean, I'm just being me. This is Edward Joseph. And if you can't take the way that I talk or what I say and stuff, well, then stay the fuck off my channel. Just shut the fuck up and don't say nothing, and then we're all good. You don't bring no smoke, there won't be no smoke. Is that all right, peoples? Because if you can't come into the live and be respectful and stuff and keep it up on the case, keep your ass out my chat. Don't ever come to my live and say shit. And then I won't have to be up on you. I won't bring my attention up on you. Is that all right, peoples? So I hope that you guys can be respectful to Edward Joseph so Edward Joseph can be respectful to you. Nobody asked your ass to come over here in the first place. Nobody asked your ass to chime out. But if you do, keep it on the case and keep it on the even keel, and don't come in being an agitator and an instigator, because your ass will immediately get blocked. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples, that's it. That's all that I have. If the Lord says the same, I will be back. I may be back tomorrow because I don't have my son and stuff. I get him on Tuesday and Thursday. And on Tuesday and Thursdays, I go to the volunteer. And then on Saturdays, I go to the volunteer to teach printing. They got a lot of stuff that needs to be done. And because I have the expertise, I have to bring these people up to speed. They did good this past weekend. They printed a 2-color brochure. And I'm so happy because everybody had listened to what I had taught them, and they executed flawlessly and utilized the techniques that I have given them. So they're well on their way to advance to the next level of printing. They're actually running a printing press. And so once they get that down, then, hey, I can sit back, relax, and let them take over and let them do what they need to do. But it all comes with listening and a greater understanding. And I hope that's what we get in this Kenneka Jenkins case, because like I say, peoples, regardless of what your feelings may be, and it may get hurt, but at the end of the day, I'm only going to go by what they said. And if you can acknowledge what they said and incorporate that in your narrative, well, then you're going to have a hard time. You have a very hard time, because I'm not dismissing nothing of what they said, because it is what they said and it is a part of the record. And so with all of these people, with all of these big minds and big mouths and, oh, well, this didn't happen, that didn't happen. Well, prove it. Prove it. That's all I say. Prove it. You ain't got to get mad. You ain't got to call people all of their names and stuff. All I want you to do is just come and prove it. And if you can't prove it, just shut the fuck up. It's just that simple. Is that all right, peoples? All right. Thank you so much for each and every one of you, for your time and for your assistance and things. Thank you, Gina, to you. Thank you, Carla. Thank you. Let me scroll up a little bit here. Thank you, Brazy Certified World Media. And thank you, Mildred Wilkins. And thank you, Honesty, for coming on in. And let me check this. Okay, honesty is beautiful. Y'all see that? Honesty is beautiful. And see, I love honesty because it's always good to be honest, peoples. And don't sit here and bullshit with the people and try to give the people a false narrative. I mean, we all did that back in the day. We all did that. And thank you, Mello. And Gwendolyn Thomas, come in correct next time, Mel. Is that all right? And so people, the thing is, we all did that back in the day, but I'm sure that we all have grown up, and we all wanted a little bit of fame and fortune and get our names out there and get noticed and stuff. But now I'm beyond all of that bullshit and madness, peoples. I'm beyond all of that. I got to look at this case for what it is. And that's just the way that I see it. And if you don't see it that way, well, then, tell me and show me and the people the way that you see it. Stop mumbling under your breath and become proactive and start shooting your shot. And then that way the people can understand where you stand and they can have a good, wholesome understanding as to what you're trying to convey. Because you can't tell anybody anything if you don't say anything and you don't show anything. And, we're always going to have a difference in opinion because, trust me, people, I don't think the way that many of you do. I really don't. I'm just a different person, just a different breed. But it doesn't mean that we can't politic, and it doesn't mean that we have to be at odds with each other. All I want to do is just have a conversation with the people. Is that all right? And I'll be back up on Jaguar Wright because I didn't know that she had two sons. I didn't know that one of the sons had died. So my condolences to Jaguar Wright. But on the same token, Jaguar Wright, God damn it, your son had literally despised the madness out of you. And for a child to despise his mama in a manner to which he despised you and talked about you, ma'am, you have no right to say anything about anybody. Absolutely nothing. Because you've been a bad mama. And that boy is just like, wow, my heart goes out to him. You are a habitual liar and your pants is on fire. And I hope you watch my live, and I hope you come and chime out on my live because I got some things to say to you. Big time. I got some things to say to you. People said to me, Edward Joseph, you better be careful because she's going to come to your live. I said, well, let the heifer come to my live. And let her say something because I got something to say. I got something to say. And I'm sure that she won't like what I have to say. Because what really got me irritated with Jaguar Wright is when she tried to vilify that girl who came on to try to express herself for what she said happened to her. Well, she's a part of why that girl had those things happen to her because remember, she said herself she had workers that worked at the Diddy camp, at the Diddy parties, and she was one of the workers was there too. She went to several, not just one, not just two, several. Several means more than two. And she said that she waited until the statute of limitations had literally fell off before she started to say something. So she already knew that she did something devious, devilish, and demonic. And I'm going to just say this and I'm out of here. Jaguar Wright. What comes around goes around. So when you want to sit here and vilify the people, your time is coming. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.